Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing? Yes, we are so sorry for keeping you waiting. But you are all welcome to today's Nimdie Series organized by the UNDP. I'm not here alone. I am Dr. Sabna Enchi, and I'm here with my co-host.
Hi, I'm Edem Atto with UNDP.
Okay, so Nimdie is a powerful word. It's in the Akan language, meaning knowledge, and it is the very essence, of this program. So before we start, I want all of us to go to Facebook. Are you on Facebook? Are you on LinkedIn? Okay, so the first thing we'll do is to go on Facebook, search for UNDP Ghana, like the page, and follow us. Very necessary, so you are able to get subsequent updates from us.
Also on X, the same name, UNDP Ghana. We give updates on both Facebook and X, so please go there as well. Follow for more information.
You know, it's not easy to start a business. I remember somewhere in 2013, I had completed nursing training and I was home. We had not been posted. And I decided, when you are there, you have so many ideas coming into your mind. I decided to start a business. So my auntie sent me a few items and I decided to sell. My first sale, I sold 500 CDs and I was excited that I could make such sales. And I started making business plans and then how I'm going to travel. Like I had big dreams.
A lot of plans.
I didn't even know how to go about the whole thing. Then a week later, no sales. I didn't know how to yes, that's reality. Starting a business is not easy. I was excited because I started with friends. So it was nice knowing that my friend is trying to support my business, but no sales. You call and they're like, oh, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. And then they never get back. So sustaining a business, we all have the dream. Sometimes you have a big dream. Sometimes you are just starting, but how to go about it? You need a coach. Sometimes you try to do it yourself, but you need someone to guide you through the process. And that is what UNDP is doing and organizing this series to share knowledge, teach us so we are able to thrive in our businesses and do well. No matter how small it is, it will get big one day. So thank you so much for coming. We are waiting for some dignitaries to come, but the few that are here, we'll introduce them.
So here we have this morning the CEO of the National Youth Authority, who'll be in shortly, Mr. Osman Abdullah Ayariga Esquire. Coming in would be Mr. Michael Boating, the National Project Coordinator from ITC, International Trade Center. And shortly we'll be joined by Madam Philomena Jani, the Director of Policy Planning, Research, Monitoring and Evaluation with GEA. So they'll be here with us today. So you can see the expertise we have in the room today. I'm sure you're all excited to be here this morning. I hope that by the end of the session, you would have gained so much information that you had not known prior to today. So we'll be starting shortly, but just before we start, we want to know who's in the room. So we'll probably go around a bit. Just give us your name and then your business, what you do. So we'll probably go around a bit. So maybe I can start from my left. Anyone who would like to volunteer first? If not,
Yes, and before we go in there, please know that in as much as we are here to share knowledge, exchange ideas, also know that the person sitting next to you could be your business partner, your investor,
yes.
anything at all. So please, use this opportunity to network and don't just sit and go home. Take contact. You never know where these contacts will lead you. It's very necessary. So maybe we'll start from my left. And
So
then
let me come around with the mic.
Okay. Hi, good morning. Your name and your.
Good morning. Thank you. Hello, good morning. So my name is Priscilla Dade from National Youth Authority.
You're welcome. Thank you, Priscilla.
Good morning. My name is Asantewa Asante, and I'm with the National Youth Authority.
Thank you, Yasadswa. You're welcome.
Samanyakum Kuzi, representing a friend, CG Trends. They are into sewing.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, good morning. My name is Michael Watson. I'm from the International Trade Center.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Good morning. My name is Sanam and I'm with GGS Foods. We do granite paste and spices.
Good morning. I'm Etonam Bankas Richardson from Bank Jewelry. We do everything fashionable accessories. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Please, I'm Felicity from 57 Chocolates. We produce chocolates from bean to bar.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ernestina Somoaboatin from Cedar Naturals. We do skincare products and many more.
Yes. I'm Delis Edise from GRA.
Okay.
Kofi Cheme from GRA.
Thank you, sir. This is a radio voice.
My name is Sylvia Fafali, and I'm also into cosmetics. It's called Favorite Enterprise.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Woda. Ubenku Ventures. I'm into farming.
I'm LCMFR Hosu. I'm into feed making and then catering services.
Gifty Aiti, Gia Basa Ventures. I'm into handmade soaps and also a milliner.
I'm Cole Apondesin from the National Youth Authority.
I'm Dr. Agbeli, Fortune Coffee, we deal in coffee.
I'm Vida Osuazumano. My business name is Imbozuri, and we are into luxury skincare and hair care products, as well as natural food spices. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nanaya AJ from Waterfalls Ventures, a farmer and an entrepreneur in the skincare business. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ewen Nam from Jojoy Skincare. We are into skin and hair care products.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Bamford from Food and Drugs Authority.
Hello, my name is Lydia Arthur, also from Food and Drugs Authority.
Okay, so as we keep introducing ourselves, please follow your friend, follow your colleague, follow them and like their pages.
Hi everyone, my name is Jemima Prempe from Ofie Agro Limited. We make gari, palm oil and cassava chips, everything cassava. Thank you.
Thank you, Jemima.
Hello, I'm Rachel Upoku, a pastry chef. I run a bakery called Randa Cakes and More.
The room is rich, from pastry to soap, from everything, lifestyle.
I'm Lucy Afari, Flexi Foods. We process cashew and cocoa.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm MF Aglinde from TSR Food Research Institute.
Genevieve Chega, Woven Delights, woven cloth, beads, and apparel.
Dr. Theresa Maui Opoejare, of Broad Rivers Ventures. My business is we are into natural spices, Vivi Spices. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jacqueline Ruby Sakiti, an entrepreneur into processing from peanuts, snack, butter, shito, cashew, and the rest. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacinta Tamaklo from Settles Hub. We are into the production of seafood that is fish. We produce and package herrings, katasku boys, and then shrimps. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacinta. So we have our regulators also here.
Yes.
So in as much as you are thinking about your business, your regulator is also here. Know your regulator.
And ask all the questions.
Hello, good morning. My name is Maria Adams. My business name is Maria's Fashion House. So obviously I'm a fashion designer. Thank you.
I'm with Maria. My name is Huzaif.
My name is Zoe Nikwe from Ghana Standards Authority.
My name is Josephine Boachi. I'm also from Ghana Standards Authority.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
I'm Robert Donko, the managing director for Fruit Veg Farms Limited Company. We are into fresh and dried fruits, vegetables, and then spices. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Ohenia Siedu. I'm from Gold Pot Production Enterprise. We're into processed metals. We do everything, mostly precious metals, gold, silver, brass, and bronze. Yes. Yes, we have some on display outside. No, please.
Good morning. My name is Fusia Odokwatin. I'm from Nourish and Quench. We basically do food tourism, fresh juice, and then catering services. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frederick Sobe, founder of Zain Organic Cosmetics. We specialize in the production of beauty and skincare soaps from tomatoes. Thank you.
My name is Isaac Asari. I'm from the Africa Center for Collaborative Dispute Solution. We do dispute solution and also help people to resolve their issues. And again, we train people to be mediators and paralegals as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Fossen, and I'm with Fairfield Ghana Limited. We are into chocolate production.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Amato Odichi. I'm from Bioko Treats Limited. We specialize in using local Ghanaian.
Good morning. The name is Amobiri Atoro, Zoko Farms, all livestock.
I'm Nana Danso Ayenkra. I'm into phone business and a farmer.
I'm Victor Tony. We are into pharmaceutics. Dana site in Starwin PLC.
I'm Natasha, and I'm with Build Financial Technologies.
I'm Pearl from Nickel P Enterprise. We are into value addition of agri products.
I'm Daniel Ameiwo. I work with PM Renaissance. It's an HR consulting firm from recruitment to training to contract management.
I'm Evidence Quabalan, so I'm into organic mushroom farming.
I'm Alfred Asari, organic mushroom farming.
So I'm Simon Ofremankwa, and I'm with Build Financial Technologies. And the wonderful thing is that we have a business software for every business right here. Thank you.
I'm Gifty Adom, and I'm from Build Financial Technologies.
I am Mercy, and I am in the confectionery business. At the same time, advocacy for bamboo users.
I'm Priscilla. I'm with Corporate Integrity Consult, and I'm also an entrepreneur into gift packaging and arts and crafts.
I would like to stand so that everyone sees me. Okay, I'm Grace. I'm the managing director for Iowa Befo Limited, also Iowa Labs. We are a contract development and manufacturing company for food, cosmetic, and agro input. So if you have a concept or you have a product that you want to upgrade or develop, we are your go-to lab. Thank you.
I am Joyce Banasam from Joy Rico Foods. We are into agri processing, cereal foods.
I'm Foster Makafi Tatra. I'm from Asasipa Food Systems Limited. We are into handmade chocolate, and also we use cocoa hacks to process into biochar. Biochar is a soil amendment for the farmers. Thank you.
I'm Favor. I'm also with Asasepa. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Agbeto. I work with Chocolate Company Limited. We're a chocolate manufacturer. We do everything chocolates for any occasion and event.
I'm Dede Abwaji, a business advisor at Ghana Enterprises Agency.
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Yassin Yemoko Yemufio, also a business advisor at Ghana Enterprises Agency.
Selma Ollins Lindsay, also with Ghana Enterprises Agency.
Ochi Ajuman Godfred, also with Ghana Enterprise Agency.
BASMOS is Growth Strategy Advisors, business, financial and management consultant.
Okay, so I hope you're all done with the introductions. Yes, so now we know that we have our regulators. We have GRA, we have FDA, we have, did I miss anybody? We have our regulators here, and we have cosmetics, we have soap, we have fashion, everybody. The room is full of various industry. So we are here to connect, but not to forget, we are live on UNDP Facebook page. So our online participants, you're also welcome to today's Nimdie Series. We appreciate your time. And before we get into it, Adam will introduce the next person.
So for our welcome remarks, we'd like to invite the head of the Inclusive Growth and Accountable Governance Cluster of UNDP Ghana, Dr. Edward Amprichum, to give us the opening remarks. Please, a round of applause for him.
The CEO of the Ghana Enterprise Agency, CEO of the National Youth Authority, MSMEs that are gathered here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. And it's a privilege to stand before you. I'm particularly happy to be here, and I'm happy I came at a point where you had not introduced yourselves. Because whilst you were introducing yourselves, I was taking note of which industry players were here. And for me, that is very, very important to understand that we have our regulators in the room. I noted down from the GRA to the FDA, to the CSR, to the Standards Authority, Ghana Enterprise Agency, among others. I saw all of them here. But we also have you, the MSMEs, who are the drivers of growth in Ghana. It's an absolute pleasure that you join us in our flagship Nimdie Series. Nimdie, meaning knowledge in a can, reflects the core purpose of this initiative: to equip Ghanaian MSMEs with critical knowledge and strategies to navigate the complex landscape of business and trade. As you know, MSMEs are the backbone of Ghana's economy, making up over 90% of businesses and providing more than 70% of employment in the country. It is through your resilience, your creativity and innovation that the economy continues to grow, and we're here to support your efforts in taking that growth to the next level. So this conversation is no more about pilots, it's about how to help you people and all MSMEs gathered here to scale. MSMEs are not just a significant part of the economy. As I said, they are the engine driving Ghana's economy. According to Statistical Service, you contribute approximately 40% of the country's GDP. And you're at the forefront of job creation, innovation, as well as the export economy. Indeed, from the UN standpoint, we see you as very key in achieving SDG Goal 8, promoting inclusive growth and decent work for all. Whilst we recognize all the contributions of the MSME sector, it's undeniable that navigating the regulatory environment remains one of the key challenges faced by these enterprises, particularly when it comes to compliance, access to new markets, and international trade. Today, we focused on the theme, navigating the regulatory environment. The regulatory environment, both locally and regionally, is one of the most difficult hurdles for MSMEs to overcome. And indeed, I keep making reference to our last expedition with MSMEs to Kenya as part of the Guided Trade Initiative. They were happy to go, but they found out so many strange things that they needed to understand. We're here to help you to understand what is required, whether it is taxation, business registration, labor laws, or trade regulations. Understanding and adhering to these rules is essential for sustainable growth. In Ghana, MSMEs are governed by several regulatory bodies, including the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Ghana Foods and Drugs Authority, Ghana Standards Authority, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, the Ministry of Trade, among others. Staying on top of these regulations is critical, not just to avoid penalties, but to unlock opportunities for growth. But the challenges do not end here. As we move forward with the African Continental Free Trade Area, where regional integration matters, the stakes are even higher. With a market of over 1.2 billion people across 54 countries, MSMEs must be prepared to meet the regulatory requirements of an entire continent to stay competitive. Indeed, according to the World Bank, African businesses face significant challenges in navigating trade compliance. These challenges range from complex customs procedures to inconsistent application of laws across borders. We at UNDP, through our work on non-tariff barriers, identify similar challenges that African businesses face, including the complex customs procedures, lack of harmonized standards, and inconsistent application of rules. So these are readily available in the literature, and you see that these need to be addressed. It's also crucial to understand how business regulations impact women and youth-led businesses. And that's why we are excited that as part of this work, we have the National Youth Authority here, as these two groups are very much impacted by whatever happens in the ecosystem. According to the International Labour Organization, women-owned businesses in Africa are 20% less likely to grow due to regulatory constraints and lack of access to finance. In the case of young people, youth entrepreneurs face challenges related to inexperience with regulations and limited access to markets. Today's session will provide strategies and insights on how to overcome these barriers, particularly for women and youth, who are already leading some of the most innovative MSMEs work in Ghana. At UNDP Ghana, we recognize the pivotal role of MSMEs in development. I must say that we are deeply, deeply committed to your growth and empowerment. And I've seen quite a number of you who have participated in previous sessions and series. Through our integrated MSME ecosystem support, UNDP has supported MSMEs by providing access to digital literacy, tools and resources, digital tools and resources, capacity building programs on business development, corporate governance, as well as market and export readiness. We are also leveraging the opportunities presented by AFCFTA through digital commerce, which helps MSMEs access digital platforms and innovative solutions to enhance their global competitiveness. As I indicated, we have also supported the guided trade initiatives to countries like Rwanda, Kenya, Egypt, Namibia, among others, where MSMEs have received access to new markets and connections. And I'm sure some of you have gone on some of the expeditions with us. We still have plans to go for more expeditions where we'll showcase your products out there. These efforts are tailored to help MSMEs understand regional trade agreements, especially the AFCFTA, and boost the opportunities to expand into new markets. None of this would be possible without collaboration of our esteemed partners. And a heartfelt thank you to our partners, the National Youth Authority. They've been with us on our journey, the Ghana Enterprises Agency, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, the National Coordination Office of the AFCFTA, the International Trade Center, our colleagues, the UN Capital Development Fund, and other partners, including Women in Organization of Women in Trade in Africa, among others. And these different partners have helped to bring this series to life. I would also like to express our deepest gratitude to all our distinguished speakers who bring the wealth of knowledge and experience to this session. My call to action. I would say that today is not just about listening. It's about knowledge, engagement, and action. We urge you to actively participate, ask relevant questions, exchange ideas, take notes, and develop new strategies that will empower your business to succeed. I remember one of the MCs saying, your next business partner is sitting by you. So don't leave this room thinking that you are all done. Your next partner is right in the room with you. As you leave here today, I encourage you to implement the insights you gain, stay informed about regulatory changes. So it's not just about knowing the rules, the changes to the rules, which they will not come and announce to you. You need to take note of them and take steps to align your business with the best practices in compliance and trade. Lastly, we encourage all of you to revisit the Nimdie Series content as it will be uploaded online. If you go on the UNDP pages, you can access all the previous sessions on Nimdie. You can watch the sessions and review the materials and use it in your work. In conclusion, UNDP remains very committed to supporting your growth and ensuring the MSMEs in Ghana are equipped to succeed both locally and globally. Thank you very much for your time and commitment, and I look forward to very, very fruitful discussions taking place today. Thank you.
Dr. Amprechu. Yes, just as he said, we are not here to just listen. We are here to engage. You're here to share knowledge, and then we are here to take action. I've already seen my future investor in my business. Yes. So we'll take some solidarity messages from our partner. And we have here Osman Abdullah Ayariga Esquire from the National Youth Authority to give us a solidarity message. You're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you to Dr. Aprechu. You did say indeed your next partner may be sitting close to you. So take advantage of the current gathering. Take advantage of the people seated by you. At least greet someone, exchange a card, make friends, and try to strike an acquaintance. Walking into this room, I saw many known faces that I've known outside this conference room. And it just shows at least my network out there. And trust me, your network is as good as your net worth. So try to make many friends, try to know as many people as you can. But of course, know the good ones, not the ones who come and destroy your business or take over your business. Thank you very much. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from the National Youth Authority, the acting chief executive officer, and I'm supposed to deliver a solidarity message to you future business giants who will take over the world. I thought you'd be happy about that. At least we start small, but we think big and we move to greatness. So I want to see the next Dangotes from this room. So by all means, I'll make sure I greet everyone so that when you become the next Elon Musk and I see you, I'll let you know that, hey, I know you. So you have to sort a brother out. Distinguished organizers, partners, entrepreneurs, and guests. On behalf of the National Youth Authority, I'm honored to extend warm solidarity greetings to the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and all stakeholders gathered for this important edition of the Nimdie Series. And I think the name Nimdie is quite interesting because I think the local parlance, it means knowledge. And it reminds me of a school that has a motto, I think, Subain and Nimdie. Also, I believe some people know that school very well. Well, I didn't go to that school. I don't really like that school. I went to a very good school. I went to the only school in Ghana, Mfansipim School. So when you go to Mfansipim School, it increases your net worth and your network. I see people shaking their heads. You can argue with your phones. So Nimdie series, very interesting. I want to commend the organizer, especially Dr. Prechum from the UNDP, and his commitment to equipping Ghanaian micro, small, and medium enterprises with the knowledge and tools that they need to thrive in a fast evolving economic landscape. Business that was done previous years has changed, and we must all adjust to changing times and modes to be able to catch up with the rest of the world. Gone were the days where we were only concentrating on print media, on traditional media. Now, with the power of your phones and social media, you can reach out to millions of people just sitting in the comfort of your room or sitting in your vehicle moving, and you can actually, reach as many people as you can. So we need to take advantage of the fast evolving economic landscape before you are left behind. You may be excelling today in whatever business you're doing, but if you do not change with the evolving times, you may be left behind. I know you all know the story about the Nokia phone. That's one of the strongest phones at the time. We were using the 3310, 1500, 3210, 1110. I knew all the Nokia phones because we were always buying them. Well, that's not a Nokia phone. And the Nokia phone will fall and scatter, and you just put it back. You look for the battery, you look for the screen, you look for the cover, you put it back, you put the SIM card back, and you're good to go. Then the iPhone came. Yeah, she wasn't born the time we're talking about Nokia phones. So allow her. She wants to hear about the Nokia phones. Then the BlackBerry came, Sony Ericsson, etc. But Nokia still felt that, well, we are still building strong phones, so people will still stay loyal to us. They've forgotten people have moved from looking for something strong to something very beautiful and attractive. So when they asked Nokia what went wrong, they said they did nothing wrong. They just kept doing what they wanted to do. So that's an advice to all of us. We need to keep changing with global trends and global times. Your business may be doing well today, but you need to understand the human mind and how it evolves with time. So don't stick to what is already working. Try to move with the global trends, and you would excel with the times that we live in. At the NYA, we firmly believe that entrepreneurship is not just a career path, it is a powerful driver of national development and a cornerstone for tackling youth unemployment. Our collaboration with development partners like UNDP enables us to amplify impact, foster innovation, and build ecosystems that support young people to not only create jobs for themselves, but to become employers of others and global giants. You know, it is for this reason that our recently launched National Apprenticeship Program remains a bold and inclusive intervention for many young people to take advantage of that program. It's one that aligns with the spirit of Nimdie, because we train you. At the end of the day, we see how we can create a business around what you've been trained to do. Then you can also contribute to national development. And that is by equipping young Ghanaians with relevant skills, business exposure, practical mentorship. And we are preparing a new generation of competitive, resilient, and regulation-conscious entrepreneurs who are ready to contribute meaningfully to Ghana's economy. I must commend the UNDP. We value our partnership with UNDP and commend the focus of today's session, which is navigating the regulatory environment. Indeed, regulatory literacy is essential if MSMEs are to scale up sustainably. And platforms like this create the space to bridge knowledge gaps and stimulate innovation. NYA stands ready to work with all stakeholders to ensure that Ghana's young entrepreneurs are empowered, supported, and positioned for long-term success. I would also want to use this platform to commend Dr. Aprechum and his team from the UNDP, especially when it comes to supporting young entrepreneurs and young leaders to participate in international programs, example like the Youth Connect Summit, giving them the opportunity to exhibit their products and services. In addition to that, last year, there was a partnership with the NYA to build capacity of 433 MSMEs across the country, which also gave them exposure to AFCTA after, for short. So to Dr. Prechum and the UNDP, we are grateful. From the NYA, the youth of Ghana is grateful. On behalf of all youth, we are extremely grateful, and we're looking forward, just as the old saying like Oliver Twist, we will continue to ask for more. So when we come knocking at your door, that we are asking for more. On this note, I say thank you to all you participants. Let us connect. Let us make friends. Let's make business partners. And watch out. Be careful. God richly bless you. Have a good day.
Much, CEO of National Youth Authority, Mr. Ayariga. When he mentioned about the 3310, I saw a story, I think it was like 3 weeks ago. I don't know how true it is, but they said somebody found his 3310 and it was still at 70% battery after 15 years. So I hope that at the end of the day, we are as resilient as that phone. So thank you very much. Next, we would like to call Mrs. Philomena Jani, the Director, Policy Planning, Research, Monitoring and Evaluation from the Ghana Enterprises Agency, to give us. Thank you.
Morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on all existing protocols. On behalf of the Ghana Enterprises Agency, I extend our warmest greetings and express our profound appreciation to the United Nations Development Program for convening this significant edition of the Nimdie Series. This platform continues to foster dialogue, share knowledge, and build partnerships that empower micro, small, and medium enterprises across the country. The theme for this edition, Navigating the Regulatory Environment, speaks directly to one of the key challenges faced by MSMEs today. At GA, We believe that demystifying regulatory frameworks is essential to creating a thriving and inclusive economy where businesses can grow with confidence and compliance. Over the years, GA, through our extensive network of 228 business advisory centers and business resource centers across the country, has been at the forefront of providing regulatory support to MSMEs with support from our partners, especially MasterCard Foundation under the Business in the Box project. MSMEs are assisted in registering their businesses with the Office of the Registrar of Companies, ORC, thereby enabling them to operate legally and access various support services. And also, we support businesses to get certification from FDA and GSA to ensure that their products meet national and international standards. In the first quarter of 2025, GA assisted 3,170 businesses to register with ORC and provided support to 751 businesses to obtain product certification from FDA and GSA. These achievements underscore our commitment to reducing barriers to formalization and compliance, thereby enhancing the competitiveness of Ghanaian MSMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, regulatory compliance is not merely a legal obligation, it is a strategic tool for market access. Certified and formally registered businesses are better positioned to participate in public procurement opportunities, access financing from banks and investment institutions, and also engage in export activities, meeting the standards required in international markets. By supporting MSMEs in navigating the regulatory landscape, Ghana is directly contributing to the ability to scale operations and enter new markets. In conclusion, I reiterate GEA's unwavering commitment to supporting MSMEs in navigating the regulatory environment, enhancing their competitiveness, and expanding their market access. We commend UNDP for organizing this impactful series and look forward to continued collaboration in building a robust and inclusive MSME ecosystem in Ghana. Thank you, and we wish you all a productive and insightful program.
This is Philomena Najani, Director, Policy Planning, Research, Monitoring and Evaluation of Ghana Enterprises Agency. The next solidarity message will be given to us from Mr. Michael Boateng, National Project Coordinator, Alliances for Action, International Trade Center. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. So I want to backtrack again. I think Honorable was talking about Nokia phones. I just wanted to tell him that Nokia is back in session. So there's a new company called HMD. They were the manufacturers of Nokia, and now they've started manufacturing. So you can get yourself that again. Yes. Anyway, good morning once again. CEO of National Youth Authority, CEO of Ghana Enterprise Agency, representatives of SMEs, partners, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of International Trade Center, I'm pleased to extend our warmest solidarity and strong support for this edition of the Nimdie Series organized by UNDP. At ITC, our mission is to empower micro, small, medium enterprises to be in developing countries to be able to become more resilient, competitive, and also sustainable, and also to connect to other markets as well. We applaud UNDP for this impactful knowledge sharing initiative, which aligns perfectly with our goal of enabling entrepreneurship as a pathway to inclusive economic growth. Today's theme, navigating regulatory environment, could not be more relevant. Today, we have so many regulations in the country. If you're an SME who wants to export regionally, you have AFTA, you have the African Regional Standards. You also, if you want to go into the EU market, you have the European Union Deforestation Regulation for cocoa and coffee, as well as the Corporate Social Due Diligence Directive. There are so many. So for SMEs to scale and have access to finance and enter formal markets, it's very imperative that we support SMEs to be able to understand and comply with these regulation frameworks which govern their operations. So again, compliance here is not a barrier. It's just a bridge to long-term sustainability, boost investor confidence, and also promotes regional and international trade. We are particularly encouraged by the inclusion of an exhibition fair, as you can see outside there. So when you're done, please pass by, giving SMEs the space, to be able to showcase their products, connect, and also grow, and also get feedback from you to be able to improve their products as well. So here, feasibility, networks, and regulatory awareness form part of the backbone of resilience enterprises. At ITC, we remain committed with working with SMEs, and I know we work with some of you in here, but on the cocoa and also the coffee as well. We also work with the GEAs and also GEPA and other international partners to promote policies and platform and practical tools that support SME development in Ghana and across Africa. So we wish you a very successful session, and thank you.
So thank you very much, Michael. So our last solidarity message from this morning, we're going to take it from Mameya Osu Amwa, Digital Innovation Specialist from the United Nations Capital Development Fund. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm the Digital Ecosystem Specialist for UNCDF. And I just want to share briefly a solidarity message. I think this morning, just as I heard the last speaker talk about access to finance being very key for MSMEs. And so that's why I think we play a role as UNCDF. UNCDF is a United Nations Capital Development Fund. And we have a unique mandate within the UN system that we are the only UN agency that has very unique financial instruments that we can deploy to help groups like MSMEs. So we have financial instruments, such as loans, such as guarantees, such as grants and technical assistance that we can deploy to support the MSME ecosystem. How we work normally is that we will not give a direct guarantee or a loan to one MSME, but we have a market systems approach. So who are the people that MSMEs would go to if they need access to finance? It's the banks, it's the investment companies. So we work with these people by deploying some of the tools that we have, such as guarantees. And so, for example, we can say that Bank A, we are giving you a guarantee of up to a certain amount, and we want you to be able to give loans or financial support to a group of MSMEs. And so that's how we work. We are actually undertaking a joint project together with UNDP. I think GEA is also a partner on that project, known as the Leveraging Digital Ecosystems for Increased MSME Productivity Project, where we are working with UNCTAD, UNDP, and ourselves, and Ministry of Trade and GEA to ensure that over a period of 3 years, we are able to support 25,000 MSMEs across the country. we also know that the demand side is a challenge. So the supply side is the financial services and the demand side is the MSMEs. And for these two to be able to work together, they have to understand each other and speak the same language. So as we are working with the supply side on our financial instruments, we are partnering with agencies like UNDP and GEA to develop the demand side so that the demand side, like MSMEs, qualify for some of these financial instruments that we are going to deploy. So today I want to encourage everyone, platforms like these are important for us to get the conversations going and started. I want to encourage the MSMEs that are here to take advantage of these platforms, these programs, the trainings that are offered so that they are ready and well equipped to meet the demands of the supply side that we are working with, so that at the end of the day, the ecosystem works together, speaking the same language, and issues like access to finance is resolved. It's not going to be a very short-term solution, it's a long-term something that we all have to work at. But once we are all committed to it and working at it, I believe we'll get to that point eventually. So thank you. Feel free to talk to me if there are any financial service providers here. I'm happy to give more insights about our tools. You can also visit our website to find out more about the work we do. Thank you.
No, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mamia. So we'd like to thank our partners again for the solidarity messages this morning. Thank you for making time to be here. We also want to acknowledge the regulatory bodies that are here: Food and Drugs Authority, Ghana Standards Authority, and the Ghana Revenue Authority. Thank you for making time to be here today.
So to the reason why we are here today, the topic, navigating the regulatory environment, we have an expert here. I want to tell you about him, and it is very long. So you should know that you are in safe hands, and we are not here to just go away with just the ideas. So he is a seasoned business consultant with over 16 years of combined experience in business development, SME banking, trade and assets financing, and regulatory compliance. With a strong academic background, including an MSc in business consulting and enterprise risk management from KNUST and an MBA in international business from Central University. He has successfully led numerous initiatives that enhance business growth and stakeholder returns. He is the lead consultant at Corporate Integrity Consult and has provided strategic support to over 100 local businesses and 4 global enterprises, earning a 95% satisfaction rate. He has also served as Executive Secretary of the Ashanti Business Owners Association and head of the Business and Economic Bureau of GUTA. He's also a certified business reviewer by DICMO, Berlin. He has played key roles in policy advocacy, notably in tax reform and regulatory enhancement. His consulting portfolio includes work with GIZ, Plan International, Absa Bank, World Bank EU, and Sinapiaba, which reflects his deep commitment to sustainable business development and economic empowerment across Ghana. This is the abridged version of his profile. So with a resounding round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Charles Kusiapia Kubi. He is our facilitator for today's topic. He asked me to be kind to him this morning, but I'm a nice person, Mr. Apia Kubi. Oh, you're welcome.
So far, I am Mr. Nobody. Good morning once again. It's a privilege to share this platform with you. My name indeed is Charles. I started my career from Standard Chartered Bank. I moved to Stanbic Bank, and my last bank was Zenith. Then I broke from corporate world to do private consulting. I have the privilege serving as the head of Business and Economic Bureau for Guja. This morning, I'll be given the most toughest task. I know you are here to help me to navigate the challenges that we all go through. There's a research that shows that most businesses, especially SMEs, have the shortest lifespan, maximum 5 years. They all go down. We are yet to find out what happens. But I think one of the key reasons is about the complex nature of our regulatory regime. I won't assume I know everything. So I'll be coming to you to help me with certain information that I don't know. I hope I'll get your cooperation. If that's so, say yeah. Thank you. So the question always is, why do we need to understand the environment that we work in and the rules? How does it play on our work practices? And the answer has always been, every environment needs to be regulated. I remember when I was in stage, I think it was GHS, I was vying for a school prefect. And reading my manifesto, my most favorite adage was, even in the jungle, where common sense is not common to common people, order is maintained. Have you heard it before? Okay. Should I repeat it? Even in the jungle, where common sense is common to common people, order is maintained. That means that in every human setting, in every institution, there might be some set rules to govern the way we do our things. And that is why, in the wisdom of government, they decide to set up certain rules to govern the way we do our things. Even within these same rules, people are flouting rules. So just imagine if there's no rules, if there are no laws, people will come here naked. Is that not the fact? Thank you. So we need to go to understand why we are doing this.
That's a commercial break.
Okay. Ask again, what's the meaning of navigation? To navigate through something basically means that there might be so many means of getting to your destination, but there's only one surest way to help you get to your destination. And this also means that to navigate means there's some level of barriers, some level of complexity. So we need to find a way to go through it. That is why this morning we want to learn, we want to share information on how we can go through these complex regulatory regimes. The point is this: the policymaker is not ready to renege. The point is that the regulatory body is not ready to bend the rules because of your personal interests. But we need to survive. That means that it is important we adapt way of survival. And the only way of survival is acquiring information, acquiring knowledge. That is the Nimdie Series. Next slide. In any economy, SMEs, for that matter, MSMEs play a vital role. The reason is we are the engine of growth. Without businesses, without micro businesses, small businesses, medium businesses, our growth rates will be retarded. So we play a very vital role. In fact, the breadth of Ghana is with the business space. Today, let's all agree that we will not work again. How will government raise taxes? Your road, the hospitals, the free education, the 24-hour economy, what will it be? So we are a critical integral part in economic development. In any nation that is serious in building this economy, business discussions are not led by the politicians, but it is us. Unfortunately, probably we don't know our space in terms of economic discussions and changing narratives. Today, I just want to remind you that without you, there's no Ghana. When it comes to employment, businesses will employ more than the government. If we decide not to employ, then unemployment rate will go high, and we see more demonstrations in this country. So survival is critical to us because of our role we play in national development. Because our survival is important, just like any risk, we want to see where we can reduce its impact, transfer, or manage its impact so far as living, hallelujah. Because we need to survive, we should be looking at how do we mitigate some of the challenges within the spaces that retard our growth. We also be looking at some of the key regulatory regimes that probably has a direct bearings on our daily operations in our various sectors. Do you have a pointer? So I do my own movement. So the question has always been that people talk about we should navigate to survive. So we are going to look at how we are going to navigate. It's like you are a pilot, you have the biggest ship on the sea. You need some cardinals to help you navigate your way to the seashore. Is that not the case? And how are we going to do that? We are going to look at key 5 things that we have to appreciate. The understanding the regulatory system. You see, when you understand something, then you can exploit ways of survival. If you don't understand something, who is a doctor here? There's no medical doctor here. Let's assume I'm a medical doctor, which I am not. And you come to me that you have headache. And I am not really trained medical doctor. I might prescribe something that will kill you faster than you would have died if you are still where you are. Is that not the case? So it is important we understand what are the rules of our games, the rules of our engagements with governments. We'll also be looking at compliance, best practices. And I wanted to pick something. He said compliance is not a barrier, but they are the means of helping us to stay survive and get to our final dream destination. Imagine you are an importer and import flour, wheat flour. You have no idea about importing rules. You have no idea what taxes you are supposed to. You have no idea the requirement to import that product you have to. And import product without getting FDA certification. And you get to the ports. What are you going to do? Any answer? Your goods have come, they're there at the port. But there's certain requirements that you're supposed to meet before you clear them. First is consumable, like food. The rules requires that you have FDA certification. But here is the case, you didn't know. You heard that people are buying wheat flour and the jam to the bag were gone. They have also imported. And it's there at the port. So now you understand why we have to understand what compliance is and what best practices will help us stay alive within the business environment. We'll also be looking at risks because we cannot do away with risks in our daily lives. I hope you understand. Risks is very important because without risks, you know, be careful. Who want to die now? Death is risks, isn't it? Because you don't want to die now, are you not careful? When you're crossing the road, look left, look right, look left again before what? Cross. So we need to understand how do we manage those risks. But the good news is, when you're able to anticipate the occurrence of risks, it puts your consciousness in developing mitigating tools. Risks anticipated is best managed. In 2020, from 2029 to 2020, no one will ever have dreamt that there could be a pandemic that will lock us in our houses. But COVID came. Because we did not anticipate it, I hope you recorded the devastating effects. It collapsed most economy, businesses collapse, people die, even professors who are medical doctors. Because we never anticipated that it will come a time that there will be total darkness on the face of the earth because of a single virus. But if you had anticipated, probably the rate of its impact would have been reduced. From 2008 coming, there was world economic crunch across the globe. Most banks were collapsing. Most banks were recording negatives. But there was one bank, Standard Chartered Bank. They remain robust and bullish in the banking field. Reason, they had anticipated that it is possible that a wind will blow everyone off from the track. What do we do to stay on track? So they decided to look at mitigating factors, increasing their reserves, building their human capacity. So that when every bank was collapsing, were complaining, they were recording positives. So understanding risks is most important because any negative impact of us not complying on the regulatory regime has a direct consequence on business survival. So even the regulatory regime is a risk to us. Are you with me? We also look at how do we build relationship with these key policymakers so that at least sometimes they can put human face when we go against the law. I've witnessed a situation when someone failed to file his tax. He fails to file his tax at the right time, there were some penalties that the person is supposed to pay, and that penalty will probably collapse the business. But because some of us have built some relationship with a typical institution like GRA, when we engage, when we intervene, the impact was reduced. So you cannot sit here and say, me need GRA in Yasem. I'll speak to you. You cannot sit here and say, I don't have any relationship with any governmental institution. You can't say that. In fact, building those relationships will help you have first-hand information on what you do and what not to do. You cannot operate as a single person in an environment that have rules, laws. Are we together? Then we look at how to stay updated. In fact, having a good relationship with these bodies will help you stay updated, because sometimes you do organize seminars for their customers. I know all of us, we know that when it comes to registering business, the only authority to do that is the Registrar General Department for business registration and compliance. Do you know that every year you're supposed to renew your business certificate? And have you done that? Are you sure? I want to request for everyone's renewal for 2025. Do you also know that every year, if you're limited liability, you must prepare your financials and return to the Registrar General Department? Have you been doing that? And that's not true. In Ghana, I'm yet to find out. I'm talking about corporates. Yes. No, having the information doesn't mean you should use it today. It's for future. Because you see, micro, small, medium enterprise, that is graduation, right? Don't despise small beginnings. Is that not the case? So please, dream of becoming a corporate institution. Enough of always staying at a certain space for far too long to become local champion. So our information here goes beyond what we are doing today. But if I want to step beyond my bounds, what information do I need to get there? So please open up your mind for me. The information might not benefit you directly, but there's someone in the house, someone in your workplace that probably can share same information for you. So GRA, who loves them? The only institution that makes the bravest person chill cold when he hears the name. Why is it like that? Any reason why we don't like them? They are what? They are bloodsuckers. They are parasites, isn't it? What money did they give you to start your business that they are coming to tax you? But trust me, without them too, there will no development. They are what they call the necessary evils. So because you cannot do away with them, we must understand them. Or we should push them to understand us, so that we can together move this country. But you have to love them when you're doing what is right. You have to love them when you have the right information from them, because they also give tax rebates. Do you know that when you are taking care of your children at a certain age, from maybe 1 to 3 years in terms of school, you have some tax rebate from GRA? It reduces your tax liability. So don't you love them? Because we don't love them. We hate them. I want to say something, but I'm being cautious of saying what I want to say. There are some group of people within our religious space that anytime you see them, want to close your doors to them. We are not going to mention any name because you don't have right to mention any name. And that's the role of GRA. But if you one day open your door to them, they might give you some good information. They will share the gospel with you. Hallelujah. I had talked about FBA. I know someone who brought his groups, and because of FBA, the things went bad. Imagine using thousands of dollars to import 10 containers. And because you don't have the right certification to clear your goods, it started fermenting. He lost almost about 80% of his working capital. The only thing that saved him, that I'm told those that are into piggery, the users, and those that are into plywood processing, they use spoiled or fermented wheat flour as part of their build up. So that's saving. Even that's 20% of the capital he employed. EPA, you love them? Someone asked, what did they do that we have to pay to them? No, who understand their work? Have they done anything for us? What have they done for us? Why would they channel all the energy fighting in Galamsey? Yes. Don't you think so? You don't agree. You don't agree. What do you want them to do? Of course, Galamsey also spoils our environment. And if you are EPA, that's sure you should channel your energy. Is that not the case? But then when they channel all the energy, that you start doing your own thing. We are practicing green environment to ensure we have safe and protected environment for our survival. When they leave us, we do a lot of things that will kill ourselves. You can go to a production site and they are not following safety procedure. When they are supposed to use machine for filling of maybe some product, they use their hand, whether it's washed or it's not washed. That's why we need the EP. Please allow them, okay? Are we going to allow them? They want to assess the impact of our businesses on the environment. And they are professionals. If there's something we are doing that will affect our environment, they will guide us. They will teach us what to do to avoid that. Because you are not in business just for yourself. Do you understand? We are in business for our generation to come. So we need to protect our environment. Today, if this environment is polluted, would you want to come and stay here? Maybe you want to. You survive it for a period, but you'll be fighting the rest of your life with some kind of chronic diseases. Or when it rains small, your house will get flooded. Because our activities are depleting the ozone layers. That's what we've been told. Is that not the case? So we need EPA, but they should be up and doing, isn't it? They shouldn't be only be interested in the money they take. Which I know the final of it, we'll look at labor. Say labor. Labor. Labor is part of our production. Factors of production. Labor is key. If you have all the ideas, you have all the equipment, and you don't have the human capital, how are you going to survive? How are you going to do business? One-man show. We are lucky that sometimes our labor laws are so flexible. You go to some organization and the person have worked there for 4 years. There's no appointment letter. Hey, boy, am I lying? And even when the owner wants to sack you, he sack you at will. Is that right? Is it right to sack someone at will? I wake up one day, I don't like your face, go home. I don't like the way you smile today, go home. And obviously I'll pack my things and go. The laws are not working when it comes to a labor space. But if one day, one of your employees want to take advantage of the labor laws, you understand that it works. So we cannot pretend it is not important. It is very critical in our survival. Imagine you have not been paying the snitch of your employee and snitch finds out. How are you going to survive that? They drag you to court. That's going to have pay snitch. If you don't pay snitch, I don't want to come there. Because snitch is the only security you give to my future when I'm on pension or something unexpected happens on my way of working. Is that not the case? So is snitch important? Is labor laws important? Thank you. Okay, so this we talked about it already. So Companies Act, we're looking at, oh, please go back. In a proper established regime, when you are insolvent, you have to apply to declare that you want to dissolve your company. How many of us will want to do that? Tomorrow to be on social media. When it's me managing a business or good business, but it's the right thing to do so that if you have any tax liability, this will help you to write them off. You are insolvent, but if there's no proper rating to the right authority, DRA will still come at you no matter where you go. Their record will still be in their system. Tomorrow, if you can't reach, they'll come against you. But if you're able to go through the procedure of dissolving your company or liquidating your company, it saves you a lot in the future. It also guides us in terms of how we constitute our management in terms of corporate governance. Ideally, you're supposed to send all these names to them to certify whether these people you want to appoint as your board members don't have any criminal or they don't have history of collapsing businesses. A lot of time we employ people who have bad records. In fact, to them is a good record of collapsing businesses. And we have them within our species and they come and collapse our business. But if we will definitely have to do what is right, we will get set first information. That's why in the wisdom of Bank of Ghana, before you appoint a CEO of your company, you must send them their profiles. You will have to validate it, validate it, research deep information to know whether this person have the competency and a good history as far as character is concerned to serve as a CEO. So some banks will appoint certain people as their CEO, but Bank of Ghana will decline it. So we need to have that system working well for us. So tomorrow, if you want to hire me to do something, there must be some system that gives you information about me, not what I have submitted to you. Are we together? Good. So that's the work of Companies Act by the Registrar General Department. We need to understand how it works. This thing, me, I don't like. Who likes it? But I don't. If there's any tax advocacy I've ever embarked on is about tax reforms. Do you know why? The reason is that tax has a lot of disparities. The flat rate, the zero rated, and the standard rate. And it's a consumption tax. But our system, we live in an informal environment where because of competition, it becomes difficult for you to pass on this VAT. So what business have been doing is if you're using your working capital, you pay for VAT. And that is collapsing businesses. So one of the advocacy we've made over the period is let's be some reforms, or let's look at the local content in terms of, because this to me is a borrowed policy. And when you search around countries that are implementing VAT, there are countries that are struggling with the economy. And even those companies, countries that are doing VAT, there are some level of measures. A typical example, when you go to UK, if I go to the market and I want to buy 5 kg of rice, because it's for home consumption, they don't charge me VAT. But if I'm going to use for commercial purpose, like going to serve in a restaurant, that's where they charge the VAT. Some of them too have taken VAT from baby foods. But in Ghana, baby foods, they add VAT to it, making it expensive for us to buy quality food for our babies to develop. So I don't really like talking about it, but we have nothing to do about it because that is what it is. So for us, how do we survive within this, how do you call ugly policy? The last of it that breaks my heart is a cascading effect, which defiles the principle of taxation, tax on tax. Because if I'm selling this, I have to put tax or VAT on it. I'll sell it to you. If I also want to sell it to madam, you add VAT to it. What kind of policy is this? But we still need to survive. So what we do? That is why we are not seeing so many former businesses. The reason is the only way they can also navigate is to remain at a certain position so as the business space is concerned to enjoy some fees. Because if you say that I have 0 rated, when my threshold is beyond maybe 200,000 and below 200,000, I will always declare my threshold below that. So in terms of growth, we will not experience it. In terms of revenue government is supposed to earn, he'll be short-changed. Why will you give someone 4% and you give someone 15%? Why? When we are selling the same commodity in the same market. What kind of policy is this? Can we do something about it? No. But then how do you survive? So the only way to survive in such situation is what can we do to knock off the negative effect this is bringing to our businesses? Okay, because of time, move on. So I know most of us have already registered our businesses because the requirement is to operate business, you must have your TIN, you must have your business registered then. If you want to get into production, you need a FVA, if that's consumption. If you want to get to non-consumption, you need a standard, Ghana Standard Authority to do the assessment for you. If you want to export, what document do you require? If you want to export, you need to contact Ghana Export Promotion Authority. That's GEPA. And the requirement is very simple. You must have your business registered. You must have the product you want to export. You must give them an idea of the possible destination you want to export your product to. They also want to know your staff strength, but they are so much driven by the number of females that you have in your company. They also want to know your skill sets. How many of them are skilled? How many of them are unskilled? So for GPA, this is very basic, isn't it? You fill a form, you pay your 2,000 Ghana cedis, you are good to go. No middleman. You just fill, it's just a page form, you fill it, then you are good to go. FVA is very cumbersome. Very.
But we need to, because it got to do with life and death. You have to go and license the warehouse that you want to put your product. Even within the warehouse, they want to look at safety. How are you going to store the item? They want to check the temperature. How have you ventilated the place? They care about you, don't you think so? Because just imagine putting a product that will not survive high temperature. And because they did not check, and you put your product there and they all get spoiled. Who caused them? So sometimes let's appreciate that they are doing it for the good interest of us and the consuming public. Then the product type, they want you to bring sample, especially when the product is coming from outside. That is crazy, but you got to go through it. Sometimes they need to even visit the production house of the foreign company at your cost to check whether where they are producing is safety and safe for human consumption. And the products, there was a product, the wheat flour, which I'm so much conversant with. You see, they talk about 40 cans because every product have to have laboratory analysis to give you the content in terms of protein, carbohydrates, blah, blah, blah. But they are interested when it comes to wheat flour, 40 cans. The 40 cans, they are looking at vitamin C, those vitamins you're talking about, the multivitamins. So you must make sure you meet all these. Just imagine you fail to go through this process and you bring your product and on the lab test, they said there's no 40 cans. So they will not allow you to bring this into the market. What are you going to do to yourself? It might be complex, but we got to have time. If we want to sustain our businesses to go through that complex situation with the right information, we can sometimes reduce costs. Stop cutting corners because it might come and hit you so much that will take you off from your feet. Yeah. What did I say? You don't speak tree? Mrs. saying you got to do it. Okay, so we talk about some of this. Let's go to the next. Let's go. We've done this already. All of them have their business registered. So we're going to talk about this. I will not talk. You're going to tell me what are some of your challenges so far as staying alive in the environment that we work in. Who's ready to take the first challenge? It's already here, but don't tell me what is here. Why is it difficult for us to survive within this framework? Yes, sir. Are you ready? Yes. What are some of the challenges?
So, my name is Sylvia. In as much as some of these regulatory bodies want us to comply, they need to make us see the beauty behind it.
Okay.
Right. So I think one of the things they lack behind is not giving us the adequate information we need to make it look lucrative, to make it look beautiful for us to actually comply or want to. And that is why people will hide and not want to do the right things. I don't really want to pinpoint a particular regulatory body because I know they are around.
Okay.
But
oh, they are here. You never told me. You never told me. Please, please forgive me if I've offended you.
So I think that they should, I mean, come out with all of the juicy part of why we should actually be with them, not to hide it away from us. Because once they do, I think a lot of, just for instance, you talked about, I know, let me stop there.
Oh.
Then I'll point them out.
Okay, then.
I'm Dr. Agbeli. I think for me, I started last year, and one challenge I had was, where do I go and get information about what I need to do?
Okay.
It was very, I had to fish out those information for myself. right? And then going through the process, I mean, I'm glad that UNDP said it's supported, or no, is it GEA supported businesses to register. I registered, I did the FDA myself. It was difficult.
Okay.
It's costly
Yeah.
for a startup. You have small money, and they are asking even the number of products they are asking for you to submit. I was like, oh, how? And then the money, the monetary aspect,
Mhm.
and it's complex. And I don't even want to talk about the registration. You go to Ghana, the registration.
Regional department.
That space, the space is even. Oh yes, they should be here because I
Oh,
registered.
okay. They are here. You are welcome.
So I registered and I wanted to open a bank account for the business. When I went, I was told I need because I'm processing coffee. They said I need a manufacturing license. I said, oh, okay. And then they said, okay, the bank said on my Form A, they need to change it to processing. When the person when they were registering for me, they made manufacturing, but I told the person I'm processing coffee. I'm adding value to coffee.
Okay.
But they made it manufacturing. It took me more than 2 months. Driving to that place alone was headache. The amount of time, it just looks no. It's
So discouraging. I'm sorry.
difficult.
I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
just really
sorry.
difficult.
I can feel your pain. Sorry. Okay.
My name is Vida. Just to add a little to what she just said. When I tried registering my first product with the FDA, it took 2 years. Yes, it took 2 years. It was the Ghana Enterprises Agency that came to my aid. The
Why would you
reason
clap for
for
them?
which, yes, the reason for which I've been able to register most of my products.
Okay.
So dealing with some of these regulatory bodies is something else. You wouldn't want to do it.
Okay.
Really.
Thank you. Let's show some love.
Yeah, so my name is Jacqueline Ruby Sakite. Just to top up to what my colleagues have mentioned, I don't know why you want to have your certification. You have to go to FDA, get the requirement, take your sample to Ghana standard to do your lab analysis, and come back to FDA to continue. It makes it so cumbersome. It makes it expensive because the analysis is charged separately at Ghana standard, because that's where I prefer to do my lab, my analysis. Yeah. Then you go back. Can't it be put together that once you get to FDA, you can just make your certification easier, pay for your lab, then you don't give samples here, give sample there. Sometimes the sample is just ridiculous. Bring 10 packs. If it's 100 grams, it's too much for us. Please, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Who else is adding up? Okay, there's a lady here. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Richard Oko. I think we've been hearing so much about, especially FDA and all that. Now, we registered our hand. Thanks to GEA and the MasterCard Foundation, I never paid a peso. They did everything for us.
Are you jealous?
I never paid a peso, yeah. And I'm very grateful. But I'm saying that UNDP kindly bring these institutions together very soon as you've met us. So we engage directly and then they can explain. Because some of these things that we hear are so frustrating. 2 years, 3 years, and some of the tests they do, they will tell you, no, the sugar is too high. Tomorrow before you send the same sample, everything is okay. Is it because they took money or what? I don't know. I'm not accusing anyone, but these are
But
the
you are
things
saying
we-
as it is, right? It's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you could bring them also help, and then you invite us, so directly we engage them, and together we see how we can move Ghana forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's the last lady, then we move on. Yes. Please. Yeah. No, yes.
Okay, so one other challenge I see with the regulatory bodies are overlapping functions. So you have two different regulatory bodies probably doing the same thing or very similar things that could be merged into one so that it makes it easier for the SME to comply on both levels. So for instance, GSC and FDA, they come and do very similar audits, very similar GMP requirements. And I know they are trying to harmonize their activities. However,
Add revenue to it.
and yeah, because if I have to pay for registering my products with FDA, come and pay for registration with GSC, I'll choose one. Which one does the law compel me to register under? And I'll probably choose one and go till the other one becomes a necessity. And then the other one is also penalties. So I've heard everyone talk, and one key thing has been the knowledge gap. When you realize there's a knowledge gap and now you want to go and right your wrong, you also have penalties waiting for you. So for food businesses, for instance, I don't know how many of us know that it's mandatory for us to register with EPA. But if you don't and you go back, okay, now I've heard I have to, I want to. Oh, because you didn't do it from the beginning, we are going to backtrack and you pay the number of years you haven't registered. Then I won't even do it at all. So then it puts a lot of people off from trying to comply. Same thing applies with GRE, So they'll tell you, you mentioned that for some food businesses, if you are buying the same thing from Mokala for your house, it's okay. If I'm buying it for my business, I have to pay withholding tax. Now, that Mokala woman is not going to give me a VAT invoice, and she won't understand that I have to take 3% withholding. How do I account for it? That means my business has to absorb that cost. That is extra cost for a business. How many businesses are willing to do that?
Yeah.
And when you come and do wait 5 years, 6 years, come and audit you for 5 years and slap you with a huge fine, that all the things you bought from Mokola without collecting tax, it's time to pay your tax.
Can you
Then how
imagine?
do you survive? So it makes it very frustrating for businesses to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's show some love. I think they've said most of the things that I had indicated here. The only way to avoid some of these things is not to do business. Is that not the case? That's the only way we have. If I don't do business, I won't go through the stress. I'll probably put my money in T-bill. Rest, end of the month or 3 months, I go for some money. But we need to survive. T-bill is not good enough for our survival. We need to do business. How do we go through some of these things? So I think UNDP, the next action should be advocacy for reforms in terms of regulatory regimes. So we can fine tune some of these things because we are trying hard to survive, but we are not surviving. The survivor is not surviving because of some of these things. And it breaks my heart sometimes. That is why you want to fall on third party to help you. And they also will disappoint you. What kind of country is this? But we got to do something. We will do something. We will talk. Because do foreigners also go through this? The point is this. The difference is this. Let me give you the difference. That will answer all the questions. We need to get the right people to help us get the right information at the start of our businesses. So we get through this. Sometimes we think we have MBA, so we are okay to do everything ourselves. But if you get the right person to guide you, to lead you, to give you the right information, some of these things. You see, I'm happy to hear Ghana Enterprise Agency is stepping in to save a lot of businesses. That means that when we engage the right institutions, because of their position, so far as economic narrative is concerned, they can help us. But how many of us can access them? So the reforms within our business framework is very important. And from today, we got to do that. I think you go to your Facebook hashtag, change the environment for business to grow. It's not only about always taking revenue from us, but sometimes get the environment right for us to survive. When we survive, we are assured of getting your revenue. Is that not the case? All right, thank you. So let's move on. So we're going to look at some of the compliance because we have little to do to change the narratives. What we can do within our spaces, let's do it. Is that not the case? What we can do, the little that we can do to mitigate some of the challenges. Yes, it is right. Yes, it's justified. Government is not helping. Our environment is not right for SMEs, but who cares? So what do we do? So the little that you got to do to minimize the challenges, we have to do. That's what we're going to look at. Some of the best compliance practices, then we can go. Okay. So key things. If you don't want trouble, avoid trouble. Is that not the case? So they say that I'm supposed to do A, B, C. Yes, they are constrained. Let me do A, B. It will left with C. At least someone will probably understand that I made an effort. So I have registered my business. I have my tax identification number. I record all transactions that I need to. Every month, I send my tax returns. Every quarter, I am paying my corporate income tax within the corporate system. If I'm doing PIT, I'm keeping proper record. You see, it saves us a lot of time without not doing that, because you think no one is watching. And most of the time, we do that because we think no one is watching us. The system is so big that I am too small a fish to be identified. So I take advantage of that, and I don't do basic regulatory requirements. How can you be selling or doing business without operating licenses? AMA will come against you. Maybe at the time they come, you have customer serving, they will embarrass you. Can you imagine going to work and you have a notification in front of your office that do not open this office because it's been locked under AB or court action? That's embarrassing. But if we're able to go through some of this, we avoid the legal tussles. You know that there's a time for you to file your tax returns, and you don't do that. You attract some penalties. These penalties drain our working capitals. It drains our energy. It drains the time of production or productivity, because now you have to go to GRA. Can we do one thing? Can we all put our phone on silent, something for us? Okay. See, can you do here? Anna, the media bring me. So you see, the energy, the time, I beg, can we reduce it a little? By doing what is right. You see, I went to a client's office and I saw a plaque, Best Tax Contributor of the Year. Hallelujah. Hey, this one is brave. Oh. You can survive and be the best tax contributor. That means he's doing something right. What it does to the company is it enhances the company's reputation. And every investor will want to do business with you. Government itself want to do business with you. So it is good for us to stay compliant for a moment because of reputational enhancement. He's in court because he has not been paying taxes. No one want to give you goods on credit. Tax to cry when you share. So it is important we try as much as possible within the constraint we stay compliant. It also builds our credibility. You are credible. That's what I was talking about, that someone willing to dash you or invest his money into your business because you are credible. You are compliant. In terms of your employee records, you are there. Your business registration, you are there. Your tax registration, you are there. Your returns, you are there. EPA, you are there. FVA, you are there. The reason is, it is most secure business for anyone to put in his money in it. But if all these things are not there, who want to risk his investment in that? I was telling my brother that someone came to ask me of 20 Ghana cedis. What do you use? I want to buy fuel into my motorbike. Initially, I declined. And after second thought, I'm so, come. And this guy moved his motor. The motor doesn't have fuel. He moved his motor to me. And I said, you say we need fuel, so you, how come? Then he was looking at me. I look around the vehicle and there's no registration number on the motorbike. And all of a sudden I said, Oga, please next time. Do you know why I declined? How can you be driving a motorbike without registration number? By extension, who want to do business with you when you have not registered your business? Who want to do business with you as an off-taker when you don't have FDA certification? No one want to do that, isn't it? That is why it is important we do this to enhance the image of our businesses and also make us credible to attract the right investment into our businesses. When you are going to access funding from the banks, some of these things are required. I have a client, we wanted to open an account for him in one of the banks. The client is in production. Yes, he has his FDA certificate, but he has changed his business name. Because of that change of business name, the bank says that we cannot open an account for you. So go and make the amendment. In fact, it's about 6 months now. The amendment is not done. FDA, hallelujah. But the point is, if we have gotten this right from the beginning, we would have opened the account and the bank interest rate is so good. Far better, 10% per annum. It's just like ESM funding your business. But because we do not have the right regulatory, certification in terms of FDA, they have declined that effort to open an account. Of course, it's going to affect the business. That is why it is important we get some of these things. Because the bank doesn't want to fund you, and tomorrow you have a breach of the legal requirements and you are in court, and government have to close down your business. How will the bank recoup their investment in your business? Sometimes we complain, and the banks, they'll come and tell you all the good things. When you need finance, you go and bring your dead mother birth certificate. As frustrating as it be, they want to stay compliant so that they don't get to that legal penalties and other things with the regulator. Are we together? You see, the reason why we have high cost of borrowing is because the bank will tell you we have high risk businesses in Ghana. And we are high risk because we don't want to stay compliant. The point is, what makes us high risk? Because some of the things we need to, how many businesses have board of directors? How many businesses go through the corporate governance system? The new ESG, how many of them? So your rate of survival is so low to the extent that the bank is so much scared to give you loan. So you price the loan so high that is, if you're able to pay within 6 months, if you're able to recoup most of their investment from you. But if we're able to put our things right, then we can boldly go to them that tell me where my risk is. And I'll tell you that you don't understand my business. I have done my risk analysis. These are my risk metrics. If there are any unforeseen circumstances, that's what I'll do to subvert the situation. Where's your risk? I am taking care of my risks. Now putting measures there, reduce my loan for me. You know you can go for bargain in terms of interest rate from the bank. Do you know that? How many of you have done that before? Sometimes even the financials we take to the bank, we ourselves, we don't understand. How many of them, how many of us understand financial statement analysis? But we should understand the numbers behind our businesses. It's part of compliance. So we can speak to it in terms of bargaining from the banks or from GRA. Because if GRA is giving you assessment, based on what? If they even ask you to do the voluntary assessment yourself. On what basis are you giving your voluntary assessment? You don't have any proper document, information, account system to speak to the issue. So most of the time I say we pay more taxes than we are supposed to pay. All right, so let's move on. So we want to, before we leave here, this is what I want us to do. We want to stay compliant. Is that not the case? So because we want to stay compliant, one, we will look at everyone's business. What are you required to stay compliant? So write it down yourself. Because every business has certain level of requirement so far as staying compliant is concerned. And ask, have you registered with JRE? If you say yes, tick. If you're into production, do you have your FDA certification? Do you have your Ghana Standard Authority certification? Do you have the EPA? Do you have the fire certification? If you don't have all these things, or you have some, develop a program that by June, we are in May, right? I must be able to cover all these things. Yes, there's no amnesty when you want to do the right thing. That's the most painful aspect of it. But I think some of them will be considerate. Talk to GA if you have any challenges. I hope you help them. Please push for amnesty for people who want to do what is right. It is only in Ghana that you are punished for doing what is right. Oh, it's sad though. Is that not the case? And they say one akofabaye. Whose song is that? Stone Boy. So everybody wants to remain as it is, but it's not helping us. It is not helping us in terms of our exposure. That is why we don't have global businesses from Ghana. How many banks, even how many of them are competing well in Ghana to the extent of even competing in Nigeria? But how come we have Nigerian banks here and they are doing well? It's about compliance. So let's develop a program to help us stay compliant. And the good thing is, it will get to a time when we do what is right. It will reduce our tax liability. You don't believe? Because I've said that sometimes we are paying more than what you are supposed to pay. Because we fail to declare. You know, there are a lot of tax exemptions that we need to know. If you are disabled, you have 25% off tax relief. If you are taking care of your mother, your father, and even if you are operating at a certain age, you have a lot of reliefs. If you're embarking on corporate social responsibility, there's a lot of relief for you. Some of these things, when we combine them, it will reduce our tax liability. Get the right people to prepare your financials for you. I have a case that someone went to GRA, his accountant prepared his financials, and the next day, they increased the person's tax liability. And the woman started crying. So he came to my office. It's okay. Let me have a copy of the financials. I look at the copy. For the first time in my life, financial statement without director's drawings. How possible? You understand the director's drawings? You don't understand. Yeah. So therefore, GRA will get you. You must pay yourself. You must pay rent. These things takes away your bottom lines, your profit. Tax is paid on earned income. So if I've incurred some expenditure, I have to factor it before I declare my profit. So ask, how possible? What kind of document is this? So I went to GRA and says, on one cover by you. Take my point. So let's get the right people to help us put our documents right. In fact, get an officer who is responsible for this. It is not a mistake that when you go to well-structured organizations, you say compliance officer. Do you have one in your office? For us, we are only interested in making the money, but we need someone to check our back for us. So it will reduce some of these challenges. Okay. So you must have a policy. What did I say? And a procedure to create clear guidelines. What must be done and what must not be done. Can you imagine falling foul to the anti-monetary laundering because you did not keep the right documents? You have done a lot of transfers, but there's no corresponding document to prove that these monies were meant for this and these were the returns. So someone will assume you are doing laundry. Meanwhile, you're doing genuine business, but you fail to document them. The procedures you're supposed to follow to ensure that the right thing is done, you renege on them because you are in a hurry to send the money. Someone calls you, oh, I want to pay some 200,000 into your account so that you give to Kofi for me. You see, okay. Then the person sent 200,000 cedis into your account. Tomorrow, if GRA want to do auditing, they pick your bank statement to check your turnover. You have 200,000 recorded as transaction. They will factor into building your tax liability because you don't have clear procedure and guidelines in terms of what must be done and what must not be done in your company. You expose yourself to this risk. Are we together? How do you give your document to someone who wants visa? And you write that the person works with you. And ideally, the person doesn't have any space in your company. Are you thinking about this? You are also exposing yourself. If tomorrow the person commits any crime, you'll be linked to your company. So it is important every organization must have policies. Do you have a policy in your company? It's in your head. Every organization must have their policy. It must be well written and published for everyone to know. You see, sometimes we don't understand why people make mistakes. So we want to punish them for making those mistakes. And because they are scared for being punished, when they make mistakes, they want to hide it. And some of the time, these mistakes will come and hit us when we least expected them. So in your organization, you must also have what we call the incident reporting system. And you must adapt the learning organization style. Are we safe?
It was a fire drill, sorry. So, but yes, all parts of compliance. It's fine. Please have your seats.
I'm there. Can we continue? Okay. All right. Thank you. It's part of the risks and how we're supposed to manage it. But they should have given us an information. Yeah. So it's important in your organization, give information, try information to everything that you want to do. It's important to carry your staff along. So we are talking about compliance. Compliance is not an individual thing, it's a group thing, it's a group thing. So that tomorrow, if you are not there, the culture still continue. So it's not about I am compliant when I am in the office. If I'm not there, there's nothing like compliance. Let's move on. So you have to also okay. I'm told I need to wrap up. So we're going to end soon. So when you set up the policies and it's being implemented, you need to update, you need to monitor to ensure you are getting the yielded results. You also want to stay informed. You could decide to choose one day within the month to look at your documentations. So we call something spot checks. Okay, you can probably go into your accounting, give me bank balances, cash position, who are creditors, have you paid GRA, are we up to date with FDA? You need to do all these things to ensure that you are doing what is right. So conduct regular audits. Audit is very important. Businesses, we don't do audits, but start doing auditing, okay? That is where you know if there's any leakages within your businesses, that will also expose you to financial loss. If there's a need to change your policies, as government changes policies, you must also change your policies to reflect it so you can stay active. Let's move on. We've talked about documentation, which is very important. Let's move on. So we talk about culture of compliance. It must be a living soul within our organization that we want to stay compliant. You must make sure you're paying your employees what do you call it, SNP contribution. You must make sure you have a what do you call it, provident fund for them if necessary. You must make sure that you're paying your payee, right? To GRA. You must also foster communication. So if there's someone having any challenges, you can freely communicate that to you so that you don't also get yourself exposed. One thing I also want to talk about when you talk about labor, that yes, we do interviews sometimes, but when our staff are leaving, we don't do exit interview, all right? It is important you stay within that compliance, that you want to know why your staff is leaving. Is it something that management did wrong, or was something that the staff did, or is the environment that is not right for the what do you call it, the staff? That's why you want to leave. In doing this, we're able to manage certain information. Just imagine a staff going out to miscommunicate something about your organization, okay, to your competitor. They can use against you. But during exit interview, you can able to manage some of these things. And probably if there's any updated information you have to give to your staff to allay whatever misinformation is carried out, you're able to do that. Let's move on. We've talked about manage risks. You know how to manage risk, must have identified risk anticipated is best managed.
If you are troubled, you are lacking in information, you are hitting against the wall, seek expert advice. We are here to help you. Stay informed and participate in programs like this, that you know what is happening. Let's move on. We talk about tax compliance, which is very important. We talk about this. That's a process of compliance when it comes to taxation. Register as a taxpayer, submit your annual tax, submit estimated self-assessment. When you have done your self-assessment, there are two types of assessment. That the one that GRA will do for you and the one that you do for yourself. You see, because ideally CIT is supposed to pay annually after you have declared your profit. Government cannot wait the whole year waiting for you because he needs money to run his engine. So you give your assessment and you are giving some quota to pay, all right, till the end of the year. Then you do the auditing to see whether what you projected in terms of your assessment was right or more. If you're able to do that and you have paid more than what you anticipated, that's why you have your tax rebate. Right. Good. Let's move on. You must know when you are supposed to file your CITs. So, first installment, 31st March. Are we together? That is if you get to the corporate side. Okay. Let's move on. Second payment, June. So, those who have not paid, June is coming. Okay. Good. Let's move on. Then we have September. Then we get to the last, which is December 31st. Then they do the assessment to know whether you are within assessment or you are out of range. If there's any tax credit, fine. If you have to pay more, then they enhance it for the following year. So these are some of the tax exemptions. Agro-processing, you have 5-year tax exemption, and you are good to go. Those young entrepreneurs here, you also have some 5-year tax exemptions. Those within free zones, Ghanaians, we have to move to free zones. Free zones, you have full 10 good years of tax exemptions on even import. It's flooded by foreigners. How? Because you don't have the information. So get to know what is happening. So when you go to free zone, a lot of them are foreign businesses. When you are bringing their goods, they have tax exemptions. Can you imagine working in Ghana without paying taxes for 10 good years? You can buy a house at East Legon. Is that not good? Okay. Manufacturing, you have 18.75 tax rates if you are located within the regionals and 12.5 outside the regional capitals. This is a good information. In Timinewa, I don't need to always be in Accra. Sometimes go to the rural areas. You even get good access to what they call it, resources. And definitely you reduce your tax liability. Young entrepreneurs talk about it. Okay, we talk about labor laws already. It is important. Please get your staff national health insurance to reduce your cost in terms of health payment, okay? Make sure you give them the employee benefit. This is the procedure to join SNIT. Please, let's get our staff registered on SNIT because that's the only security we are giving to them in the future or when they are disabled, okay? Yeah, and we know self-employed members contribute 13.5 of the declared income, 11% of contributions stays with SNIT, 2.5 transfer to national health insurance. That's for the national health insurance levy. Okay. Please avoid sometimes going to the court first. When you have issues, try and engage through arbitration, right? Because you don't always have to wash your dirty linens outside. We talk about risk management already. We have brainstorm. You need to do SWOT analysis to understand the environment you live in. I'm saying leverage on your strength and look for where you can mitigate risks. Okay. Let's move on. Risks. Let's go back. Risks is part of us, I've said earlier on. So either you accept that this is the risk, how do I manage it? And you can find mitigating factors to avoid its impact. You can also avoid it sometimes. Okay.
Where you don't have superior knowledge about certain things, don't try it until you get the right information. That's how you can avoid it. Okay? Don't follow the crowd. Follow those who know road, right? So you can also transfer risks. The best way to transfer risks is to the insurance companies. So you insure your stock, insure your warehouse, insure yourself, insure all that you have. Okay? So when your factory is gutted by fire, you can go and sleep. You can even get champagne and you enjoy because you have transferred that risk to an insurance company. They will pay you back. They will restore you. They will indemnify you, right? And you must also reduce risk. So you put in the mitigating factors because standing here, this can break down and it can fall. But I am so much grounded that when it's falling, at least I can hold this. So I will reduce my impact of falling. Is that not the case? Okay, all right. So let's move on. Okay, let's move on. We talk about it. Let's move on. We are concluding. Hallelujah. So it is important for us as businesses, if we want to grow, to do what is right. And doing what is right is all compliant. Okay, at all costs, we have to do it because the replication will be much more expensive than the initial cost of doing what is right. We must understand the rules and it will help us to avoid unnecessary risks. With the right knowledge and support, we can survive. Say we can survive. Say we can make it. Hallelujah. So on these notes, I want to thank you for your time. As boring as it may be, I'm sure you've gotten some information to help you stay alive. So these are information. These are company corporate integrity consults. Our numbers are here. We are also ready to help you to navigate the regulatory complexity in this country. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulkareem. Another round of applause for him, please. I think he's done us a lot of service today. Another round of applause. So before we get into the Q&A session, we have invited an MSME here to kind of give her experience when it comes to compliance and all of that. So I'll introduce her now. So our MSME for today, her name is Nanaya Ejay. She's an innovator and entrepreneur, founder of the Waterfalls Ventures and Farms, producing organic soap and cosmetics from plants from her own farm. She creates jobs for about 30 plus women and is driving sustainable business growth in Ghana. So please let's welcome Nanaya Ejay to give a brief presentation for us. After which we'll have the Q&A for the entire session. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody, once again. All protocols observed. Please, FDA, do like this. It's like the pressure was on FDA. Everybody was saying FDA, FDA. GSA too. Is GSA here? Do like this. All the regulatory bodies, please do like this. You should understand myself and my fellow colleagues. It's tough. It's not easy. Please, let's go on. Hello. Okay. My fellow business owners, please, I hope you have the shields to protect me when they start throwing the bullets. I want to speak for all of us. Okay.
I'll break. Please, we're coming.
Okay, let me say my acknowledgements. I have a few acknowledgements. Let's say UNDP, thank you very much for this opportunity. GEA, thank you. You're doing so well. FDA is also doing so well. GSA is doing so well. GEPA, all the MSMEs, you're doing very well. Please, let's give it up for ourselves. It's not easy. We are doing very well. As she mentioned earlier, Edem, my name is Nanaya Minueje, and I'm the founder of Waterfalls Ventures. Please, let's go. The next slide, our resource person has tackled it into details. It's about navigating the regulatory bodies. You have to ask all the questions and you should be ready to be criticized. It doesn't come easy. I know we've gone through it. I myself, at a point, I cried at the FDA office because I was tired. FDA, you continue doing like this for me. Because I took my products to the FDA and they asked I go back and work on the labeling. Okay, I wouldn't blame anybody. Maybe the person I met didn't give me the details he was supposed to give me. He just said, oh, go and work on this, do this, then come back. Then I was like, where I'm coming from, Accra people, big ups to you. Where I'm coming from, very far away from the FDA office. I have to travel over 6 or 7 hours before I get to the closest FDA office in Takrady. So if I come to FDA, I come to GSA with the same parameters and asking me to do, just like my colleague was saying, it's quite stressful. I wouldn't want to take that risk. But it ends well when you take such a risk. Please, next slide. Let's pay attention to these pictures here. Let's say my farm has been in existence for like 7 years because I reclaim illegal mining lands and grow the plants I grew. I also have a small event management business. Then COVID hit. The first picture you see there, COVID hit and nobody was having the weddings, the parties and everything. So I decided to look into using my plants to make cosmetics. So we're working in front of my deco shop. Then I took the products to the FDA. So FDA came around. At that time, because COVID had hit, there were some easy registrations they were doing at that time. Clap for FDA, they did well that time. They did very well. You take your hand sanitizer or your liquid soaps to them, then they help you get the registration done, even without inspecting your facility. Another one for them. Because there was urgent and there was a need for people to provide all these things. So we were producing in that small space. Then COVID went away and the business was going on well. So I decided to go back to the FDA. I was afraid of them, but I decided to go back anyways. So I went back and they came around. So we looked at the facility, looked at the product and said, oh, fine. There are some changes we have to make. Please go to the next slide. So the previous slide was before. So after going to the FDA, you can see even the packaging and the labeling of the products have changed. And with this, FDA, well done, you've done well. And with this, I was bold enough to walk into the GEPA office to register so I can export my products. GRA is another place. Please, it's not me. I'm talking for Waterfalls. Please don't come for me. GRA is another place I've been to. I have challenges with the staff. If we all bear witness, a staff will tell you, I'm not ready to pay SNET. I don't want pay. I don't want this. I don't want that. What do you do? My colleagues, what do you do? Hey, sagging them, you can sack them, but to replace, and it hurts so much that it only happens at the point where you've invested in the person. You've taught them how things go. They know your SOPs in and out. They know your GMPs in and out. Then they say, oh, I don't want this. What do we do? Jerry, Senate, what would you do for us when we are in that pot of soup? It's not easy. You are in the middle of production and the staff will say, no, I won't work again. I want my salary. The month has not ended. What do you do? When you are embodied by all these regulatory bodies, like you become a mini god. I'll say for myself, currently, let's say the 3-year facility license, I would have to renew. And I will shock the FDA when they come to my place. And when you're able to shock them like that, it feels good. It's not easy. FDA will tell you, okay, I want you to have a sink here with running water with this here. Then when they come, you have your sink, you have your hand dryer, you have your like all those nice things. Then they don't have any questions again. Am I lying, FDA? GSA to do the same thing. Oh, I want you to weigh your thing. It has to be accurate. Then you take the time. Please, I beg of you, let's do it. Me like this, when I see my products like this, the way I feel myself, because I was able to go through it. It's not easy, it's challenging. I cry, I break down. Most people know me for the crying. That one day I'll cry. But in the end, when it comes out and it's nice and you're doing well, you feel good. And if you want to go outside and do business, you might not be exporting so much, but you're making so much money. The requirements are the key things they ask for. If you have your certifications right, even if, let's say, FDA, GSA, GEPA, we have to renew from time to time. Sometimes you are back on renewing them, but there's something going on. You have to send some things outside because they are our partners. We go to them and talk to them and let them know that, oh, this is the situation. FDA, Accra, I think I would have to explore the place myself one of these days. And you go to them and tell them, oh, this is what is happening. I have to send this thing to this place. They're able to help you get it done because they know you. But if you're hiding, nobody knows you. Nobody knows you. And they can't back you when you have a problem. GEA, please, let's give it to GEA. GEA knows the regulations are part of the things that make our business grow. And they give us funding and support. Most of us have received some forms of support from GEA from here. And I'm sure if you didn't have the regulatory things done, the compliance and everything, they wouldn't support you. That is why they tackle to help you get it done. When you get it done, let's say they can start with 2,000 Ghana cedi support to help you get the registrations and everything done. Sometimes it's even free. When you get it done and there's another support or grants happening and you go to them, they believe in you. They get to understand you're ready for business. They know what you're doing is going to get, it's going to be better. So they give you more money. They started with 2,000. You see, they can go to like 40,000, 100,000. It's because you are a low risk business at that point because you have all the regulations or regulatory certificates in place. Please, my fellow SMEs, it's not easy. I have some products still with the FDA. We are going back and forth with registering it. And I believe from here, I'll go to the FDA office in Accra. Accra here, engage with them. Please, next slide. You see, where we were producing at first, where we started, you see, there are changes. There are changes. We didn't even have these. These are just basic PPEs. But the FDA will guide you, the GSA will guide you to this, depending on what we are working on, and the PPEs will wear. You can see the space has changed. It's not too clear, but you can see the space has changed. And every morning when I walk into the place, it makes me feel good. No matter how little your business is, you have to invest in it. It's not easy, please. It's not easy. But when you have all those things, you're able to talk business easily and boldly. Somebody will ask you, I want to take your products to Kenya. Then they start all the bluffing, blah, blah, blah. Then you also give them, oh, I have this, I have this, I have this, I have that. And you should learn about what happens in other countries. We went to Namibia recently and were taxed for the products we sent to Namibia. You have to understand it. Before you understand it, you should understand what is happening in Ghana before you understand whatever is happening outside there. But you have to ask questions. You don't know they're going to tax you for the things you took outside. So you are not able to price it. But if you ask the questions and you know and you are informed, if you're going to price it, you add a tax to it before you do it. You go outside. And when you come back, your money, abuano. Please, next slide. The resource person give it to us. When you have all the regulatory bodies, you are registered with them, you know them, you go for trainings. The trainings are very important. These are some of the tips for success. It builds, integrity. People know like, oh, if I'm buying from this person, I know it's authentic. I've been buying from some people in this room. It's only today I'm seeing them personally. One Vida has left. Yes, I've been buying from some people here. Some of them have left. I started doing business with them because they are registered with the regulatory bodies. I didn't just go ahead and say, oh, I'll buy from anybody. I buy from you, I ask you, would you be able to provide the receipts for me? Because FDA, I'll say FD. FDA will ask you, they will ask you the raw materials you bought. Who did you buy it from? There are some things you're supposed to know. So I want to know this person is the sales point I bought my things from. If I have a challenge, I'll go back to the same person. So you have to know all those things. If I ask you for one or two things and you can't provide them for me, I won't do business with you, because if it comes, every day you're coming. But because I'm able to do those little things, when it comes to that point, I can say, well, I bought this from this person. So I'm able to track wherever I got that supply from. Then if there's anything, I can point them out. Then we work on it to solve the issue. And you build compliance into your operations and strategy. Compliance. Please, you've not answered my question. No. If your staff decides to tell you, I don't want Senate, I don't want AE, I don't want any of those things, just give me my money. What do we do? GRA, please help me out. Because I even tried the private health insurance scheme for them. Somebody said, no, they will never fall sick. They don't want it. This same person will come tomorrow and tell you, my son's daughter's grandfather, this thing is not well, so I need money to go to the hospital. Whilst if they had accepted it, they could have gone to the hospital freely. Then, experts, please, FDA. No, I won't start with FDA. GRA, GSA, FDA, built accounting, EPA. Is EPA here? Oh, EPA. GA. Please, can we have a common platform where we can just walk in, like maybe one table in an office everywhere, where we can walk in and go and have these discussions and talks with, just like the honeyman mentioned. We can go to you people, like talk to you here and here. Sometimes those of us who are far away are a little underprivileged. Please, Accra people, take advantage of it. Me in that my tight corner. Let me give you the closest, Ahanta West, if you know where Ahanta West is. I've not got Accra, you did city. You did the city of Ahanta West. I've been able to take advantage of these things. I've not gotten to where I want to be yet, but with the little things I've been able to do, I've gone far. I've gone far, and I know I'm doing very well for myself. And innovation. Yes. Our resource person mentioned, update your things from time to time. Policies. Today, chat GTP, AI. AI is there. It has come to stay with us. So you just tell ChatGTP, oh, I want my business. Once you're entering my factory, people should put their slippers here. Put your bag here. Change here. Wash your hands here before you go here. ChatGTP will help you to develop those things. And when it helps you, please don't copy and paste. If you copy and paste, they will come with, this is a suggestion. Please go through it yourself, edit it and review it. And you should be able to know your business in and out. In and out. Please, next slide. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, the floor is open. God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Nanaya. Thank you, Mr. Apiakubi. It's now time for our Q&A for all of them. And we have our regulators here. We have GRA, we have FDA, we have the Registrar General's Department here. We have Ghana Revenue Authority here, GRA. So once you have any questions for them, they are here to answer. If you need clarity on anything, they will answer it. GRA, please, can we see you? Hey, please don't hide, we beg you. Okay, GRA is here. And then FDA, where are you? Hi, FDA. GSA, okay, so, all right. So if anybody has any question, and you can just throw it to our regulators and they are here to help you. Our online participants too, you can also type your question in and then we'll read it. So any question, we'll take the questions now. If you have any questions, the ushers, please come around so you are able to pass the microphones to. Okay.
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Eliezer. And I own a food business. Hello, doctor. Okay, so my question is on the withholding tax. Like my colleague said, how is it that we can't withhold money from those at Makola and we have to take up I want a little bit of advice from the GRE. What should we do? Because I own a food business and I basically shop in the market. And then when I do my accounts and I go to GRE, almost all the time, my slap is on withholding tax, almost all the time. And so how do I manage it? Because there's no way a tomato seller or an onion seller will allow me to withdraw 3% from how much I'm paying him or her to be able to withhold. So what's the advice?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. GRE, please this question.
So
Okay,
maybe
so
we can
let's
take a
take
couple and
okay,
then-
sure. All right.
So if there are any other questions.
Any other question? Okay. Say. Hi.
Hello. Please, Nana Hengra, please, I want to find out from the Register General that if I register my company last year and this year will have to renew the registration, is it online or I have to go to the office with the process before I will finish it? Thank you.
Okay. Any other question?
Hi, my name is Kwesi. So this is to the GRA. So I'm into business and I do distribution to the supermarkets. We are always supposed to file our taxes at the end of the month, but you realize that the supermarkets don't pay on time, and then we are always stuck. It's always that we have to take our working capital to pay for, the taxes. We haven't been paid. So is there any way the government can protect we, the distributors, as a policy, maybe to tell the supermarket or any other person that, at the end of the month, this enterprise or this institution is supposed to file for taxes, you are supposed to pay them on time so that they can also be able to pay. I wish the government or there will be a policy like this to protect us, because I know somewhere, probably in Rwanda, they have something like this. I think this will go a long way to help us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think GRA will answer these questions first, then we move on to the next set of questions. GRA, okay.
Okay, so with withholding, it's on supply of goods and services. And if you are getting a supply of 2,000 cedis and above, you are supposed to withhold. But you don't go to a retail shop, buy 1 or 2 items, and because it's 2,000, you are going to withhold. No. But with the market women, you said anytime there's an audit, you are slapped with charges, withholding charges. Do you get a supply over 2,000 cedis on every purchase? Cumulatively, and from the market women, then we will have to find out from your tax office. We will have to find out from your tax office. Because with, come again.
What's the rule on that? Because in every food business, you'd buy varieties of foodstuffs, and over the period, definitely to exceed 2,000.
Yes, but do you go to one particular person every time?
Not really, no. Not for all the particular goods. Maybe rice, oil, but not tomatoes or onions or those things.
So you get slapped with withholding on tomatoes and onion from different vendors.
It's a cumulative thing.
Yeah, but like from different vendors.
Yes.
From
vendor.
different vendors, that's what I'm saying. Then you have to find out from your tax office. So if it's from different vendors, then it's a separate issue. We will have to go into it, ask questions. But if it's from one vendor, then I will understand why your office is saying you should withhold.
But you see, realistically, you can't be buying from one person all the time. Even with experience, they'll cheat you after a period. Yes. When they get to know you more, that's when they even cheat you the more. So I'm just saying, practically, I don't know how this works, but when you go to GI, all they know is, oh, you've been doing business, you've been cooking, you've been doing this, you've been doing that. Where's your withholding tax? Bang. Then it's there. Dex, they call it Dex.
Dex review.
Review.
Okay. So the question I'm asking is that if you are buying from one specific vendor for a period of time, then the law will say you should withhold. But if it's from different vendors, so let's say you buy 200 cedis from here, another 200 cedis from another person, they are different vendors. So if one vendor is not up to 2,000.
Sorry, not to drag this, but in our financial accounts, we don't even state names of vendors. At most, what you have is receipts that associates with whatever accounts you have. And so is it that they should have checked all receipts to see whether for each particular receipt, it did not exceed 2,000 or what? Because
your situation, that's what I'm saying. I can't give a ruling on this because we need more details. We need to have more details in that situation. And then another person asks about supplying to supermarkets and not being paid. You know, filing is different from payments. They are different, so the penalty is on the filing. And then with payment, you get interest. You can always talk to your tax office. Make arrangement with your tax office. If you can't make the payment immediately, you can always talk to your tax office. But with the filing, if you don't file on time, you get penalty. As it is now, we don't have any law saying the taxpayer can hold on with the filing until it's paid. Unless you get extension from your tax office. So there's extension. You can always go to your tax office and ask for extension. They'll do the extension on your portal. And then you can file at a later date that you both agree on.
Okay, so this is a follow-up question. So can you file nil anytime you are not paid? So let's say this month you have not been paid, then you file nil. As soon as you are paid, then you file for that one, because you cannot be paying for something you have not been paid for, and that doesn't help business.
Okay, you can file nil if you have done business that you are going to receive money for. You cannot file nil. If you go back to file for the same period, you get penalty for late submission. That's why you have to talk to your tax office. But if you are filing nil, it means you didn't do any transaction for that period, but you have done transaction. That's why I'm saying you should speak to your tax office. The tax office that's the procedure. You speak to your tax office, and then the office.
Easy. Yes.
It's not even about good relationship. You can always write.
Hello,
That's
please,
the process.
let's
The process.
I know
is
we are all
that
confused,
if
but
you have a
yes.
challenge, you write to you put it in writing. That's the most important part. If you don't write and you just go and say it to someone, there's no record that you came to tell the office that you won't be able to pay on time. It has to be formal. So if you write, the office has a record that you wrote to the office. Now you can even use the portal. You put it under cases. You request for extension on the portal. So there's always reference. You can always go back. So if someone is challenging you that you didn't pay on time, you didn't file on time, there's penalty, there's always a reference. If you go and you speak to someone, there's no, if the next time you go, the person isn't around, what evidence do you have that you reported this situation to your tax office? There won't be any evidence.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
so I wanted to do a follow-up on the
you.
withholding tax. So in her case, she deals with different vendors, but in my case, for a processing facility, you probably have a limited number of suppliers for a particular product, maybe 1, 2, or 3. And according to FDA, I'm supposed to do due diligence on each supplier that I'm supposed to. I can't have a plethora of them that, okay, when I do 2,000, I'll move to the next. And it's accumulating from one person, but certain things you need, maybe especially packaging. I might buy a ribbon from Mokola, but there's a particular vendor that when I go to Mokola, I buy ribbons from. Or someone sells a certain plastic bag I use in my packaging. I know that this person gives me the quality I want, and so I go directly there. In that case, I'll keep buying for the person and to definitely exceed that 2,000. But the person, when I ask for VAT, there's no VAT. And sometimes I'm buying maybe something that's like even 5,000 because we work to stock for a period. And then sometimes I have to go back and forth with the vendor. I need a receipt. At least a receipt you will get, but VAT you will not get. And if I have to, so I end up paying the withholding because I have to calculate and tell the person, okay, I need to do my part. So let me calculate the 3%. Charge me plus the 3%, and let me just take and pay you and take the 3% to pay to GI because I won't get the VAT. But that's not fair on businesses because I'm literally paying the money that is supposed to go into someone else's books. So what can we do? Like as well, how do we navigate that withholding challenge? The other thing would be for us to then stop buying locally and import packaging because then that one I'm importing and I know that. But that's also not going to help local businesses. So what do we do? And is there a course that GRE runs for businesses who really want to understand the tax system? If I didn't do accounting in school, I didn't do ACCA, is there a way I can understand it so that I am not always at this thing side? Thank you.
Thank you.
You talked about withholding and VAT. Please, which one are you referring to? You talked about VAT
Both.
clarification.
Because when you audit, you are told that if I don't take a VAT from a vendor, it's a problem. So the VAT itself is one, and two, the withholding is another. Because when I try to explain to the vendor, they don't understand. When I ask for their TIN number and tell them, okay, it will be paid into your, so you can reclaim it later, they don't understand. So I have to end up just paying for my thing. So what do I do? Because I'm paying for money that is supposed to go into people's tax accounts.
Okay, so as it is now, the law hasn't changed. So really, there's nothing you can actually do. It's either you go to a different vendor who is willing to give you VAT. And those who are not registered for VAT, they can always get the VAT invoice from GRA if they go. Those below the threshold who do not have VAT registration, there's a way GRA can give them the invoice to issue to you. So if someone is not willing to issue you a VAT invoice, then unfortunately you have to go to another vendor.
Okay,
But
so
there is a way for them to get those who are not registered. They can come to GRA. GRA will give them the invoice.
okay, I think we
But the
have to
problem
conclude.
is that when VAT is added to the cost of the prices, it goes up. So people don't want to add a VAT to it. But even those below the threshold for VAT, there's a way they can get the VAT invoice. So if someone is not willing to give you the VAT invoice, unfortunately, you have to go to another vendor.
Okay, so after this session, we'll still interact out there and then you get clarity on everything. So we'll take the next set of questions.
Just to add that we also have SNIT in the room. So if there are any questions for SNIT.
Okay,
So
sure.
the next round of questions.
Okay, so the next set of questions, any question? But there's a question for GRA here. It says, my name is Agnes from AB Foods. Mine is to GRA. How do the agro processor access the 5-year tax holiday from GRA?
You have to apply to the Commissioner General. So you write to Commissioner General DTRD and then you go through the process. When it's given to you, your tax office will affect the changes.
Okay, thank you. AB, I hope, Agnes, I hope SNIT, you have a question for SNIT. Okay, so there's a question here for SNIT. Agnes, I hope your question has been answered.
So, SNIT, if I want to do clearance, what are the process will I take? Or the process I'll pass through before I'll do my clearance, if in case I'm not want to.
SNIT.
Okay.
SNIT. Okay.
Clearance, please. What are the process? What are the requirements? What do I need to provide before I can do my clearance?
Get a SNIT clearance certificate.
Yes,
Okay, so first of all, are you registered? Okay, so if you are registered, you put in an application, but you have to make sure that you have paid what is due for you to pay. That's the first thing. If, for example, from January till now, you haven't paid the social security contributions for your staff, you won't be given the clearance certificate. So immediately you put in the application, you give SNIT the upper hand to make sure that you pay all the debt you owe. Because if you didn't owe the debt, you will not have even come there. So it's just like GRA when you want tax clearance certificates. Immediately you want it, it means that you have given them an opportunity to take all the debt that you owed. I'm being very frank and honest. So what you have to do is that you have to make sure that if you have any debt, you have paid it. And when you have paid it, it's very easy. You can even get it the same day. When you put it in the morning, you can get it by close of day. But make sure that you have done that. And if you have not registered, then you have to go and register for SNIT. And then they would ask you your workers, you put them on, and then you make the first payment and you can get it.
Okay, thank you. I hope your question has been answered. Okay, so all right. Okay, let's go to Lillian. Okay, there's hand up there.
Thank you very much. Mine is for registrar of companies. I don't know where they are here.
They are not here.
They are not here. Okay, then I'll drop it.
Okay, so there's a hand here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, her question wasn't answered.
one of her questions wasn't answered. She asked that if there's a class or a platform or a training for small businesses or anyone who wants to go into business, to GRA, please, to educate us more on the things we are supposed to do as businesses so that we are not found wanting, because sometimes your officers come around and then you start getting nervous and you're scared you are going to be fine, but honestly you were ignorant, you didn't know. I know that I know that they say ignorance of the law is not an excuse, but at least we should have a platform where we'll be educated on exactly what we have to do. So
Thank
please
you.
answer the question.
So on all the GRA social media handles, we run regular task clinics, especially on YouTube. There is no stipulated time for that. It's something that goes on from time to time. You can always call our toll-free number, our contact center, to ask any question you at all. We will be there to assist you. Can I give our toll-free number?
Yes, please
Okay,
do.
so it's 0800
0800
900
900
110.
110.
Yes.
0800 900 110.
Yes,
That
and
is GRA's
yes,
toll-free
we
number.
have a WhatsApp number as well. So it's 020
020
063
063
1664.
1664. So the WhatsApp number, GRA's WhatsApp number is 0200 631 664. 0200 631 664. Please, did we all get that? Okay. 0200 631 664. Are we good?
This is a contact center. So you can call us for anything. If you need to contact your assigned tax office for anything in particular that cannot be resolved in the tax office, you can still call us. We will connect you. We will find a way to get you in touch with your tax office.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, then we have the last question. Okay, so
What my brother is trying to ask from the GRA is that you have a new company which he wanted to go for clearance, but they are telling that they need a, how do you call it, business. It's a new company. Okay, it's a new company which we wanted to go for a contract, but they're asking for clearance, which the company have not even started. So what should we do?
Okay, so with that, you have to register first with GRA. Are you registered with GRA? No, you said you are registered with ORC. Are you registered with GRA as well? Have you paid any tax at all? Okay, so tax clearance means we are certifying that you are tax compliant. So if you've not paid any tax at all, how will GRA certify you are tax compliant? So in this case, with the initial registration, you were given an assessment. Have you paid up to the quarter? You've not paid up to the quarter, so you can't get tax clearance.
Please, with this, let me ask a follow-up question. I have a land at Kaswa, which I was doing my registration. During my registration, they told me I have to go for tax clearance before they were able to approve. Was a young boy wanted to put up something, now a tax clearance before I'll get my land, and later on says I have to pay some chiefs the amount of money which is coming. I will pay the lands and they will be given to the chiefs, but I didn't get it. But the explanation too, she didn't give me any explanation. What it was just like she's busy. But what should I do? Because a land which I bought with my own money, why do you have to pay tax clearance before I was able to register my land? Please.
With the with the land registration bit, I can't speak to it. It's from Lands Commission. But with the tax clearance, I'm guessing that is they want to get to know how you were able to buy the land. Basically, I'm not speaking for anyone on this, so I'm just assuming that
See, our chiefs will give you a receipt. They will not give you a VAT or whatsoever receipt that this is they are paying for the government, because every store have its own land. An individual to buy a bulk of land and sell it. So this is whereby I bought it from the chiefs. And to pay a tax on it.
the tax clearance isn't that you are paying tax. You are already paying your taxes. Tax clearance is free if you've paid all your taxes up to date and you filed all your returns. You don't pay anything for tax clearance.
What about if I'm not paying tax?
That is when then.
But I got something small. I want to buy.
So how did you make money to buy the land? That means you are earning an income and you're supposed to pay tax on your income.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so there's a hand here. I think it will be the last question.
Thank you. I think mine is not a question. I want to make some contributions if it is okay. I think they've been mentioning RGD, but now the name has changed from RGD to ORC. So it's now Office of the Registrar of Companies instead of Registrar. Registrar General is now in charge of marriages and asset registration, but the Office of Registrar of Companies is now dealing with business registration, company registration, professional body registration.
Thank
Then
you.
for those who have sole proprietor, if you want to renew, it's simple. You can just use a short code to even register without going to the office, which you can use the *222#. You can use it to register *222#. You can use it to renew without going to the office. If you are using a limited liability, then you have to go to the office or download a renewal form. Yes. 222.
Please take your time for us, okay?
Okay.
Just do it. You see why it's important to come to Nimdie Series.
*222#. You can use it to renew.
*22#.
Yes, you can use it to renew. As a sole proprietor, there, 222. As a sole proprietor, you can use it to renew. Then with the partnership and the limited liability, you have to buy a renewal or download it from their website, fill it and submit it, or you can upload it online. Then you can renew as well. With that one too, you need your audited account in addition to renew. So if you are into that. Then with somebody mentioned about employment issue, whereby people will say that I don't want you to deduct tax or deduct SNIT. It all boils down to how did the relationship start. That's where the issues are. You don't just see somebody and say that, come and work for me, I'll be giving you this. It means that there was no proper arrangement between the two of you. So at the end of the day, if you are going to deduct something, they will complain. I've experienced that before, because when we employ people to come and teach, after that, if you want to give the person allowance, if you say you are deducting 10%, say, hey, why are you deducting something from my fee? So what we do is that, okay, we will let you know that there is a tax component of 10%, but the organization will take it and pay for you. Then you will receive your full amount. If that is the case, then you have to deal with that from the beginning. So that is also another issue. So contract is very important when you are engaging the people. You have to do that. Then our facilitator talks about the compliance officer. Engaging the compliance officer is very key to the success of organizations. So that is why some of us as an organization, we train people, paralegals, to become compliance officers for businesses. So business can use those paralegals instead of maybe hiring a lawyer that you cannot pay. So one of your staff within the organization can be trained as a paralegal to understand all the legal issues within the country, but not a lawyer who can also help you in dealing with this compliance issue. So it is something that they can also learn. Okay, so this is what I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so there's a question at the back. So while you go, Vincent from Facebook, please, you can take the microphone to her. She has one. Oh, okay. So let me just read this quick one. Vincent on Facebook says, great, happy for the education and information. Can we get the expert numbers to form a network with them to talk to them when necessary? Okay. Okay, so the question.
Okay, so my name is Somuye and I'm into beaded accessories. I noticed that when it comes to the SMEs, cosmetics, food, and other stuff, they have some, you can go to FDA, you can go to standard authority. When it comes to beaded accessories, we want to grow, but we don't really know the organization we are supposed to go and register under. I've been asking, please, can I register FDA? Then they're like, no, it's for food. And I'm like, okay, so now if I want to be exporting, what do I need? Because I don't have to work to get to a point where I can export. Then they'll be like, oh no, you don't have this document, go and look for it. So we need some education on it so that we'll know where to go to register our goods.
Okay. Okay, so GSA. Okay, so you can go.
Okay, so first, I'd like to thank Mr. Kubi for his presentation. The only issue I had was when he stated key stakeholders and regulators. He didn't put up GSA.
We are sorry.
But also even with what he stated, FDA, what I know they do is registration. But yes, GSA does certification, product certification.
Okay.
And I'd like to enlighten, even from the question that was just asked. So we work with standards, and when you bring a product that the available standards, that we have developed in Ghana, then we certify a product according to the standards. But when it's not yet been developed yet, since there's not enough demand or not a lot of people who have come together to decide on what would be acceptable, because we can't just generate something without involving those in the industry. When there's not one available, what we do is we can look for the closest standard or an international standard that we can adopt, and then look to certify your product for subsequent export opportunities for you. And so I want to just say a bit about GSA, since it seems like a lot of people are quite confused or do have no idea about.
I think our regulators need to, just as GRE says, they organize some clinics, maybe our regulatory bodies maybe should come together and then have these clinics for us. Because most of us don't really know what to do.
Yes, it's only when they have to export, then they get to find out these institutions. But I think GEPA has a hub where we have FDA, we have GSA, and other institutions available to help for everyone who wants to export or even access our facilities and services. So for GSA, we are actually a conformity body and also a regulatory authority where
please take the mic.
Sorry. So I'll just give it to my
Sure. Thank you.
Hi. So
Hi.
we decided to enlighten everybody on our responsibilities because I realized that so many people don't know us or don't know what we do. So GSA is basically a regulatory body that's responsible for developing standards. We do conformity assessments and we also
Hello.
do metrology.
Is everything
as well.
okay? Okay, sure.
Sorry. And there are several standards that we've developed for products in Ghana mainly because we develop these standards based on what we do here. I heard that people do spices. We have standards for spices. We have standards for charcoal. We have standards for plastic chairs. We have standards for so many things. And yes, so many food products too. We have standard for even kinky. We have standard for kinky. I'll explain that. So I do understand that we have some conflicting rules, but I would always advise you do GSA first. I can't speak for FDA, but I feel like if you start with GSA, because we are testing your products based on standards which are accepted locally and internationally, you are at an upper hand. So if you're able to certify your products with GSA first, we take you through the testing stage. We have decision making. And if you are able, everything is okay, like your test reports are okay. When it gets to decision making, your labeling requirements, everything is intact. You are confident that, your products can compete with other products on the international market. The reason why FDA even makes you come to GSA to have your product tested is because our labs are accredited. I do not think FDA has that. So that's the more reason why you should start with GSA. So our labs are accredited and our certification body is also accredited. Same way we are checking you. We also have international bodies that are checking it. So if you start with GSA, I think it would help you. So after GSA, you can use the same test reports so the certification process also includes testing. We test your products, and after you can use the test report to go to FDA and have your products registered. As simple as that. We offer advanced services, advanced inspection, advanced testing, advanced calibration, everything. So I believe that you should start with GSA first, and then after you can go to FDA to have your products registered.
All right, thank you, GSA. So, okay. Okay, so after this, we'll go to GRA. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Pearl.
Okay.
I had this challenge with GSA and then FDA. The issue was I went to FDA. I wanted to register my product. I had one registered for free under GE, which is the MasterCard Foundation, BizBoss. Then the second one is my personal thing. So they asked me to go to GSA to run a test. They gave me the parameters. When I went there, I failed one. So when the results came, I was in class when they called me, so I have to excuse and then attend to the call. So I was expecting them to tell me that, okay, since you failed this particular one, this is the way forward. Or they should be able to tell me the reason why I failed that particular test. But they were like, go and redo it. So first I was like, I think I deep breath and I said, I'll call you back. So I sat and I thought about the whole thing, and then I have to give them a call back. Then the guy was like, didn't I hear what he said? I said, okay. So I said, what do I do? So I decided to sort an alternative. So when I went there, they asked me, under what condition do you produce your product? What do you use in washing your raw ingredients? So I told them, and then they told me what to do, which I was expecting from Ghana Standard Board or FDA to do. Because maybe I'm doing something that made me fail that particular test at that particular moment. But telling me, go and redo it, to be honest.
Okay, GSA. Then I think your customer service. FDA.
I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah.
But yes, I want to believe
unfortunate.
that she only brought her samples for testing. I work under the certification department. We do subcontract the testing department to do our lab tests for us, but our testing department is open to the public. So I'd want to blame that on their customer service. But at the certification department, we do explain and give you reasons why you might be failing something. And we do advise you, even when we come for factory inspections, we advise you on what to do and what not to do. Yes.
And to add to that, there are actually various services we offer. So we have certification where you are, after the process, you are issued a license for a year. Then we also have quality evaluation where there's a walk-in. You bring your product for testing with parameters from either FDA or a contractor that wants to know the contents or ingredients of your product. That's where you come with your parameters, or you just walk in for a test. But for certification, is you are being tested against the standard with all the requirements. For example, if you go to FDA for registration, they give you salient parameters out of the full standard we test for during certification. They pick what they feel it's salient, maybe to wherever you are taking it to. We do a full rigorous check for certification. So there are various services. You would have to be specific as to what you want. And also when you are given the report, you can also ask to see the analyst, so you can get explanation on as to the parameters, what they mean, where you went wrong, or even if they can offer you technical advice.
Okay, so we are left with just 3 minutes for the Q&A session. So further question, follow-up question. FDA, okay, sure.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. So, gentlemen, from what you said, does that mean that the certification entails more than what FDA requires? Okay. Then to FDA, yeah, I'm happy I saw the gentleman here. Yeah. I will require that maybe your frontline decks or your customer service, if you put an experienced person there or someone who knows everything, because I came there to do my registration 3 years ago, so I've not done it. And my colleagues are far ahead because of FDA. I came at first and they told me that I have to bring samples. I have to fill form, bring samples. I went, filled the form, brought the sample, and I was prepared to pay. Then they told me that my wrapper, I need to do certain things on the wrapper. At first, I was using wrapper. I wasn't using the box like this. Yeah, I wasn't using the box like this. I went back, did all the requirement that they showed me. Then when I came, I met the boss. The next time they ushered me to the boss. Then the boss asked me to go and do it this way, this beautiful one. In fact, my packaging looked beautiful than at first, but I was expecting that when I came at first, they would have told me, because the first one I did, I needed to do the batch number and all those things, which I didn't have the idea. Then when I went to do it, they said I need to print 20,000 copies before they would do it for me. And it was a cost. When I came, it was of no use. I need to go back and do this one. In fact, yes, I'm from Accra. I'm a cocoa farmer from far away trying to add value. And by the time I was done with it, all my starter capital was gone. Now I need to go back to FDA with this. And I don't know, maybe because the boss gave me the idea, and this time I'll qualify. But if I don't qualify, then I'll have to go back again. So I'm pleading with you. Put the right person at the front desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Jason?
Okay. Mine is a short statement and then a brief question to both standard and FD as well. First one goes to standard. Madam, I like the way you are like, we've got the, your confidence in what you've got, you're good at what you do. And it's good, but then I've had a very bad experience that truly I didn't like. I had a customer in Australia I'm supposed to send a product to. And then I brought products to standard for certificate of analysis. Now, I think you have the normal, the middle, the time of that thing coming out. So I think I chose the very fast one. That's supposed to be about a week. It took me 3 months. No communication, nothing. I went there after about 2 weeks. Before they were like, oh, we didn't call, we called everybody. Hey, our machine broke down. Oh, nothing. On and on. So when is the machine going to be fixed? They can't give you any date. It continued for 3 months. You made me lost money.
Thank you.
FD. And then before I come to FD, sometimes too, some of us, what we do, our products are quite expensive. Our raw materials, before we come and add value or whatever we do, is quite expensive. I'm a fishmonger. Your friend me, I'm a Nura. Yeah. My fresh fish from the pot already is very expensive. If I'll come and smoke it, sure.
Yeah.
Before I come and smoke it, package it, I mean what I'm doing in Ghana so far. So sometimes the requirements, the quantity we are supposed to present for testing is a lot. It's a lot. Okay, please, if you guys can look at that for us, it will help some of us. Now I'm back to FDA. My problem with FDA also has to do with the
Hello,
quantity of products
please,
that
let's
is
listen.
supposed to be taken for testing. Okay. Today is Wednesday. On Monday, I called where I did my registration, one of the regions I already mentioned, and I have to do a renewal for one of my products. Then I asked, oh, madam, I wanted to find out what's the process for renewal. First of all, the lady was rude. And whatever you went through your first process, you have to go through the same thing. And I'm like, madam, calm down. I called. I just want to know. Hey, you should know this. Let me say, I'm not supposed to know. That's why I'm calling you. So you have to be nice about it. Oh, this, whatever you went through is the same thing you have to go through. But just don't go like, you should know. No. Please, whoever picks your calls, or like the woman said, your front desk people have to have some sort of training on how to speak to people because you don't know who you are speaking with first. Secondly, also
Hello, please. Let's listen.
the quantity of products again that we are supposed to submit for my Amani pouch is 500 grams. And I'm being requested to bring 8 pouches of that for texting. That's like a whole pan or more of my my Amani fresh I have bought like over 4K for a pan, and I have to present that for testing. I'm sorry, it's a lot. So if the renewal had to be a bit down than the previous one for us, I think that would also help us. And please be sticking to your time. You give me 60 or 66 days. Can we stick to 66 days and not 3-4 months later? Thank you.
Thank you. So FDA, right after FDA is done, a facilitator would. Okay, sure. So
Okay.
after FDA, a facilitator goes, and then we'll
Let me
wrap up.
Wait.
I'm MFA from CSI Food Research Institute, chemistry lab to be specific. I'm a lab analyst. And just to help people here, FDA is not helping them at all. Because most often samples that are referred to the labs for certificate of analysis, just be an example like Sobolo drink. You can't just ask me to do moisture analysis on Sobolo drink, which is water. But such things come. And there are samples that come without oil, and they'll require you to do free fatty acids on such samples. So we refer this severally to our director that no, the kind of request that comes with the samples doesn't tally to be scientific enough. It doesn't tally. I think the one who sits at the front desk and print for people. There was the lady who was with me before she left, Flexi Foods. She brought Gary, and they gave her dough analysis on dough, on root and tubers dough, but it's a dried root and tuber product. So why are you expecting us to be doing things that are supposed to be done on something else on another thing? And it's more often like the chocolate issue that she said she was giving some parameters. It's like if whoever sits there decides what to give to the people. So today, analysis on Sobolo changes. Tomorrow, analysis on KK changes. And it's every day with whatever analysis that comes to the lab. Well, how are you going to, help these people to get the standards to know that when I'm coming with a dry pepper, I know I have to do this kind of analysis. Then the whole country knows that with dry pepper, this and this are the requirements. If it's Sobolo, which is the drink, I know we do soluble solids as the bricks, in addition to acid insoluble as sometimes. Aside the dry one, you can't compare the dry Sobolo powder to the drink.
All right.
If it's a powder, moisture must be done so that the yeast and molds will be reduced if the person fails.
All right.
Please
Thank you.
help our people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, FDA.
These are more technical things. Are we here? Okay, so to start with what our lady started with concerning the ranges, GSA and FDA, the law had mandated us to do what we're supposed to do. So no one is falling out of line. We are all working together to achieve a common goal. And so we are not better than each other. We are just working together to achieve a common goal. So our lady, somebody spoke with her, and without going detail, maybe I will use a product like honey. You are to go and do moisture and sucrose. Then the moisture is to know the standard or the range of water in the honey. And you ask yourself, why water in honey? Are you there? Then the sucrose is just sugar, to know the sugar content. And so honey, why do we have to do sucrose? So maybe the process of getting it will invite these microorganisms into the product. So we need to test to know the standards or to know the range in which it has to be efficacy for consumption. So when these standards are higher, then the officer might go on ahead to say that, oh, it is because of the processes that you went through that might cause this. So if you do it this way, maybe next time, don't do it that way. Do it the another way. Then you achieve the standards that we want. Am I here? So sorry, maybe the person couldn't explain things to you. Our father was saying something that when he brought the samples, the test was too high, and therefore he brought the same sample and now they pass him. It is not so. It is not so because I will also use another product, like you are doing cereal mix with the aflatoxin in the cereal mix. Maybe when you were picking the grains, there were some that were bad, but you decided to add them. So when you add them, the aflatoxin will rise. So when it comes to that, and the standards are more than what is required of you, we will let you go and do the commonly called Tom Brown. We will let you go and do it again. Maybe this time when you were picking the grains, you pick the right ones, and therefore you do it again and bring it, and you pass. So these are some of the details that maybe when we are not able to explain to you, you may not get it, but you may think that, oh, I brought the same product and this time it has passed. Then we come to our mother's label. You see, FDA is trying as much as possible to meet the international standard, like our GSA lady is saying, because we are achieving the same purpose. At the end, it is the consumer that we are more concerned about, and we are regulators. So we are just like law enforcement to the standard that has been set to follow. So ours is to make sure that you follow the standards. Are you here? So we will come after you. So with the label, we have what is called mock sample. The mock sample simply means that maybe you are in the process of developing the product. You've not finished. We won't force you to put the label on the product. We will rather let you present a product that do not have a label on it. Then you designed your label on artwork. That at the end, this is how my label is going to look like. And we will initiate it until you get it registered. Then you go and do the label, because we are aware of what she's saying, that you can't go and print labels, even locally manufactured. Then at the end of the day, you are going to put FDA registration number also on the label. So we can't just let you go and print it without even having FDA number. So we will rather ask you to bring the mock sample, bring your artwork, we initiate the process. After you've gotten the registration done, then we will let you go and do the label based on the instructions that FDA is giving you. Then you now come and submit your final sample. Now to the sample. Where is our lady? Okay, so these are traditional things that I also came to meet. Why such samples? Okay, if you are bringing 50 kg, you are to submit a whole 50 kg bag of rice. If you are submitting 10 kg, you are to submit one. If you are submitting like 25 kg, you are to submit a whole 25 kg. It's questionable. So you are not wrong. So what I went further to ask, why do they need to submit all these samples? And the answer they gave me was because they take some of the samples to the lab, because most of the parameters that they will go to GSA or food research to do, FDA also do in-house analysis. And so they will take some of the product to the lab. And at the same time, the evaluator who is also evaluating the product must also have a sample. Then finally, when they are going for registration meeting, the product in question has to be there. So that is how come they ask for such samples. But however, when you are doing renewal, you are not supposed to, like if the 500 gram demands that you bring 8, when you are doing renewal, you don't need to bring the 8. You bring half of it. Are we there?
Yes.
So maybe these are some of the things that we need to know. Individually, we are different. So definitely there will be, excesses. Okay. Then to our FIR, I just want to say that things like this supposed not to be discussed here. Yes, because these are technical people. These are technical things that we have to sit down. Management has to come in and make sure that the right things has to be done. So with that one, we talk about it later.
quietly, I just want us to know our also reason for being here. Like the GEA is with FDA. I mean, making sure that we do a very, very good work for the SMEs. So with the GEA, FDA came up with what you call progressive licensing scheme. What it means is that normally when you are going to inspect the facility, it's like you need to meet all the requirements before you are being registered. So with the GEA, we came up that, okay, we have, sorry, in order to help our SMEs, we have the pink, we have the yellow, and we have the green. What it means is that when we come to the facility, it might be your kitchen, maybe you've assigned a one room for your production. You don't need to get FDA's requirement completely before we register it for you. So what it means is that maybe you don't have all, you have only the utensils that you are using for production. Based on that, we can say that, okay, we will give you the pink. That is from 30 to 45%. We will give you the pink, but it will still be 1 year registration. Then we give you the chance for you to work on before you qualify for the full registration. We also have what is called the yellow. The yellow is between 45 to 70%. What it means is also that maybe you have a lot of things, but yet you've not gotten to the 100%. And this is what we are doing. But normally we don't talk about it, so people really don't know. So today we took it as an opportunity to talk about this. I mean, ask questions, follow up, so that the SMEs will also know that they can do something about it. FDA is not always go and do this, go. No. We've changed. In fact, we've changed.
All right, thank you. We are really
Lastly,
pressed for time.
we have the green. The green is from 75 to 100%, which means maybe you now qualify for the full registration timeline. Then we also offer training. In case you don't have much knowledge about what to do, we offer training. You come to our office, we will train you. We also give mentorship as to how you want to develop your product. I know FRE also do product development, so we will not take it from them, but we just need to, cushion, mentoring, and making sure that the right thing is done. Then lastly, we just want to say that FDA is fully prepared and ready. Definitely there will be difficulties, but yet look at the brighter side and let's work together. My colleague will just add.
Very pressed for
No.
time, so let's
finish
after this, so you can ask all the questions there.
Yeah.
So we're able to wrap up, and then
All right.
during the exhibition, right after this place, you can go out and still
thank you.
interact. So this is the last question, and then we'll take one from GEA,
So my
and then SNIT.
Okay, my question is to FDA, maybe somehow also with GSA. So I'm with a CDMO company, that's a contract manufacturing, development and manufacturing company. We develop and manufacture for brands, cosmetic, food, and agro input. My question is, we normally buy standards from GSA because we have our own lab where we do this testing. So we do the testing based on GSA standard. And when our clients come to us and we develop product for them, we have to go through FDA to be able to sell on the market. Initially, they'll tell you that you need certificates of analysis from GSA before coming to FDA. But these days, they don't request for that. I just need confirmation if it's still needed to pass through, even though we do our own testing, that's for in-house. Do we still have to go through GSA, or just to FDA is enough?
All right, thank you. What I know is that um, when we talk of the efficacy of the product, mostly we don't want to compromise because of the consumers' sake. Our motto is our well-being. Your well-being is what we are after. So we normally ask GSA to do it for you because we want it to come from the ones that the government had approved. Okay, so GSA, food research, any of the public universities. So normally when it comes to the individual, we feel like the compromising will be high or higher. However, there are certain companies that when they do their in-house analysis, we accept them. The only case that, even not a case, with the GA, when your first product is coming, FDA will do the in-house analysis. But when you are bringing another product, that is where we will ask you to go to either GSA or any of the public universities to do your analysis and add it to your product. So there's no way, except the cosmetics. With the cosmetics, they are different way of doing it. But with the food aspect, you need to do analysis before you be able to register it. Thank you.
Thank you. We are really pressed for time, so we'll take.
Last Pacho.
Okay.
Mr. Food phone and standard board phone. One more of Dex Bureau Harbor. Now Udruha, so we ship on Romana Udruha. All that they want to say, but certificate, bra. I hope say certificate by maybe a flower pot for sale. Flower pot in the because Asiano. Because Asiano Abrofuna catch and say, member for the creative purpose only in Pamasi. And to one crown on himself, now would you have a one more picture will say, and so would the certificate diba, I say in the dim. And now also was say, Anna, flat pot, no, Ghana, how you did him. Sana, ultimately, now, what you paper send more to me. Standard board for Betty, FDA for Betty, one palm on palm. It's in Power Chow, Mr. Walla. One more said, woman, Emma, woman who say, there's difference between eatable and non-eatable items. Simple as that.
That's all. FDA, Masuma, GSA. All right, thank you. So we'll give it to GA, the director of GA, to make a comment, and then Mr. Piakubi will also make a comment. Then we go to slits. Then done.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. GA gives regulatory support to MSMEs because we know the challenges that you face if you have to go to any of them. So we have business advisory centers in 228 districts across the country, business advisory centers and business resource centers. In Greater Accra, we have about 20 business advisory centers. And if you walk into our office with such problems, you can be assisted because we have collaboration with the regulatory institutions. For instance, if you want to go to GSA and you come through GE, your fees will be reduced. If you're going to FDA under the big box or the business in the box project, we support you with one product. I believe we supported some SMEs in this room. Please give me a wave if you supported you. Yes. You want more? Okay. So if you're going to FDA too, we can support you. If you have problems, because we have a collaboration with them, we would follow up and make sure that those issues are resolved. If you want to export, as the earlier presenters mentioned, go to GEPA, or if you even walk through to the BAs, we'll support you to go to Ghana Export Promotion Authority. So the BACs and the BRCs, or let me say, BACs and the BRCs are the district offices of GU. We are here to support the MSMEs. And we have the business resource centers. We want to bring all the regulatory institutions into one building. That's the essence of the BRCs, and we have 67 across the country, so that those who are not in the regional capitals can get access to information on certification and business registration and all that. So get in touch with us if you haven't come to any of our offices. You can also go online. Our website is www.ga.gov.gh. We get there, you see the contact numbers for the various regional managers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jani. Mrs. Jani is the Director for Policy Planning, Research, Monitoring and Evaluation at Ghana Enterprises Agency. So she just spoke, and you know, if she's the director, she's giving you good vibes. Correct? Okay, so we'll hear from Mr. Apia Kubi. Okay, then we go to SNET. That's our last one. No, he has, so you can go.
So I can talk.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. We brought ourselves to the table. Somebody asked a very interesting question, and I just want to
Hello, please, let's listen to.
I just want to attempt to answer that, to tell you the reasons why you need to register yourself as a SNET contributor and also your workers to pay the SNET contribution. So I've just some 4 points. Number one.
Please take notes.
Yes, number one is that if you register for SNET, you have a social capital as a caring organization. Everybody wants to work with an organization that cares about their future. So that gives you a social capital. Number two, you are able to access grants and other chief sources of funds. Every organization that is giving grants, one of the things they are looking at is that, are you caring for your workers? And one of the easiest ways to prove that you care for your workers is that you have registered.
Pay attention to what he's saying.
One of the easiest ways to show that, thank you. One of the easiest ways to show that you care for your workers and the future of your workers is that all of them, you've registered them for Social Security. You are caring for their future and even their present. Number three, you are able to access business opportunities with reputable organizations and government contracts. When you look into the dailies and any government contract, the first thing is the business registration. Second thing, SNET clearance certificates. Third thing, TCC. So if you want to do big business and you just don't want to remain where you are, then it is on to you that you register SNET and make sure that you are compliant. And then the number four, and I'll give you a bonus one. The number four is that in SNET, there's a life policy in it. Maybe you have not looked at it carefully, but anybody who is on SNET has a life policy, life insurance policy. And you also have something like workmen compensation policy, invalidity pension. If somebody works with you and the person gets permanently damaged, the person can access SNET and get paid pensions immediately from that month till the person dies. How many of us, if your worker gets permanently ill and cannot come to work for 6 months, you continue to pay the person? So indirectly, by contributing to SNET, you are actually helping your workers to go through that. And then the fourth one is that you avoid unnecessary tassels and legalities. So please, the lady who gave us the story, your worker who says that he or she doesn't want to pay SNET. The first one, my first advice is that you need to educate the worker. If it is consistent, the worker must go. You see, the worker needs the job. That's why she's there. And you also need the person. And you also need your business. So you wouldn't wait because of just one worker for your organization to be closed down or compliance officers to come to you. So you first educate the person to know the importance of getting the SNET. If they are still adamant, they would have to go so that the organization will continue to run. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel Losaya. Okay, so Nanaya has the final comments. Then we invite, after Nanaya, we invite Dr. Edward Amprachu, Head, Inclusive Growth and Accountable Governance Cluster, UNDP Ghana, to give us the closing remarks.
Okay, thank you for the platform again. Mr. Smith, I hope I'm permitted to call you that. I'm only hearing of this policy for the staff just in case somebody is hurt or there's an accident or something. I've been a Senate contributor myself, though I work sometimes in a corporate entity or personally I pay and everything. I have never heard of it. It's only today. Please, if your people could come out and tell us like more information, we get more information on it. Because they say, oh, one person told me point blank, in her family, they were near Chakra like 30 years, 40 years, no, on chain 60 years for the pension be out there.
Okay.
But if maybe I'm able to tell her that, oh, just in case there's an accident or something, you can get this benefit from SNIT. I think maybe the person would say, okay, register me on the SNIT. So please, then they don't even understand the employer is paying more than what they are paying. Oh. They only know you are taking 5% from their money. They don't understand it. Please, let's get the information down to them. And then should let's say, is it possible for you to come to the grassroots and explain to them? Maybe you could go to churches, you could go to markets and stuff like that to explain to them, because they don't get it. Me, cry that I'm in the space. I'm only learning of that policy today. Oh, please, that's my colleagues do we know? Where you are.
So thank you, Nanaya, a little contribution from me. I know you're already doing that, our regulators, but maybe you have to do it now often. Use your social media platforms to break down. Now TikTok is there. We all have TikTok, Facebook, and just use these social media platforms to break down these complex requirements and information so we all get it. Okay, so we'll now invite Dr. Edward Ampratru to give us the closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Can you give yourself a big clap? And thank you to our online participants as well. We do not take your time for granted. Indeed, this is one of our best Nimdie Series with a full house of everybody staying and making sure that the conversations have actually taken place. I also want to say a very big thank you to our consultant, Mr. Piakubi, and the team who have gone out of their way to present such a wonderful presentation for us, very clear to the point about what should happen in terms of compliance. We're very fortunate to have regulators sit among us, and you are here to fill the questions, and your contributions have been very, very useful. We also have our partners here, our GEA partners, NYA partners, UNCDF, our organic consult, among others. This for us is a very good beginning or a good way of sustaining our collaboration. For GEA, as you're aware, very soon we're going to launch the Digital Gateway. And this gateway is a platform where all the information that MSMEs need will be up there. You can go there, access all the relevant information. So all the conversations you're having here, we're taking notes and we're taking all the information to that gateway. And the regulators and the partners will have the information on that gateway so that you can access it. I see very clearly that there's a need for more clinics, more direct clinics for the regulators. The regulators are your friends. They are your friends. They are your guardians. If you want to move out of this market, you want to take the good, in fact, the good you're producing, you want to take it outside your kitchen to just the front of your gate, then the regulator is your friend. Because you don't want to kill yourself. Neither do you want to kill your customer. You want to take the goods out of your country to the next country. You will need to be the friend of the regulator. Get all the compliance things. I see from the engagements today, regulators think you must know. In fact, they said you must go and check. I heard a lot of that. It's your business to find out. Maybe that's how we sort of engage in our business. But truth be told, we've moved on. We're a regulator and you are not catching up with them. They will move. The good will be out there and it's for you to chase. It's important that we design new ways and approaches. And we're going to come back together with GA and others on how to approach some of these difficulties we've seen in the relationship between MSMEs and yourselves. They need you, you need them. Because ultimately, a regulator here, and one of you said, your bottom line is well-being. If you're interested in well-being, then you just shouldn't let them go. You must make sure they are updated, do it in a way that they find the environment very useful and they are comfortable to engage. Lastly, I want to say something. And it was a presentation both Mr. Piakubi and Nanaya gave. There was a point about integrity. Fidelity to your business. If I told you people I didn't know Nanaya, how she looked like when she came here, nobody will believe me. I bought a product from her. She'd done one exhibition somewhere in one of our UNDP programs. I took the product. The product was good for me. So what I did was, I just looked at the number on it and I called the person. When I called the person said, I'm on my way to Seshiri or so or something. I said, well, I don't care, but I need the product. Can I get the product? Okay, I'm going to get you the product. I'll send it by some means to Accra station and you'll get it. Didn't know the person. The person sent the product to Accra station. I also transferred the money as agreed. I used the product. There was an opportunity to send MSMEs to Namibia for one of our engagements. I'd used the product. I knew the product. I said, this thing can go anywhere. I told my colleagues, let's call this person. Let's send this person to Namibia. That is how the work is done. Yes, you deliver on your work. Be efficient, professional. Somebody out there just use your partner is sitting right here. Sees the business, takes it, and that's how it goes. So please take compliance very seriously. People use your product, they recommend it to people you don't know, and they will always come back to support you. Thank you very much for your time. We're happy to continue these conversations. Look out for the next episode of the Nimdie Series. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amprachu. Before we go into our order of photography, I have some good news for you. Thank you so much for coming. And UNDP has prepared transport subsidy and refreshments for the first 120 people who pre-registered. When we share the link, we'll get the transport subsidy. So from here, Millicent. Okay, so there's a lady out there, a tall lady, fair, with this natural hair. She has sister locks. Yes. So so the usher is here and will direct you to her. So the list has already been printed out. So this transport subsidy is for the first 120 people who pre-registered. So that is the list we are working with. And we have refreshments for everyone. So that is the good news I have for you. And we sincerely apologize to the late participants who registered. And so now for the order of photography, we'll start with the speaker, the facilitator, Mr. Piakubi, and the GEA director, Dr. Amprachum, please come this way and let's take the pictures. And all the other dignitaries who gave their solidarity messages, please join us here. Sound. Our regulators, please stay behind. GSA, GRA, SNITS, FDA, CSIR, UNCDF, and GEA, please stay behind. And kindly note that, okay, so regulators, kindly join Dr. Amprachum and Mr. Apia Akubi. Our regulators, kindly join the GSA, GRA, FDA, SNITS, CSIR. Please join for the photos. Our sound team, please, the microphone.
Hello, it's working.
So from here, please, you can go outside for the exhibition, buy something, share ideas, exchange contacts, please interact and network. It's very important. Okay, so Dr. Prachum and then Mr. Piakubi, just stay behind and take a food. And you can ask all your questions. Our regulators are here, so you can still follow them with your questions. All the regulators, please stay behind. And then our participants, you can also join us for a picture. Please join the team here for pictures. Not everyone, just a few, okay? Just a few of the participants. Yebis Fabrics, I see you. Good to see you. A lot of women. Please network. Don't forget your refreshments and your transport subsidy as well when you go out there. We also want to acknowledge My Joy News for partnering with us. Joy Business, we want to acknowledge you for the publicity. Thank you all so much for coming. Our online participants, thanks for staying on. We are grateful and we hope to see you at the next session.
So please kindly follow our social media pages, UNDP Ghana on Twitter and Facebook for the next Nimdie series. Thank you.
Let me just get a Yes, yes. I need the microphone. Yeah, tell them. Thank you. Please, we are doing the photos of outside. Yes. But people are coming back.